everything all set up. Hopefully audio and everything is good. I had a bit of a hiccup earlier this morning, so hopefully everything sounds good. Might not be too loud. I don't know, we'll see. Hawk is Gary. Yeah, I had to get something organized real quick. So mic is a tad bit low. Why is it always low? Usually it's not a problem with that. I'm not sure why it does this. Really weird. Is that better? Maybe that helps a little bit? I'm not sure. Sometimes it gets a little buggy. I've never really figured out why it does that. Oh, the music is way too loud. What is the setting on this thing back at? Thanks for the $2, man. Bismarck is the best one in the world. I don't know. There's a lot of good ones. Like the one that's currently on my screen right now. Here, I'll let chat deal with this part. Yeah, my sound system's a little... It's finicky sometimes. Gary is best boy, what? Disperses insulin. Yes, we'll need it for that. What else do I have today? Let's see, Yorktown, Illustrious, Warspite, and Diabetes. It's a good old blue shirt. Alright. Oh, right, I didn't grab this yet. Okay. I'm not gonna do any really crazy things like builds or anything. I don't think I need to. So, let's go ahead and get back into this. Make sure I've got all the screens set up right. So I can keep track of stuff. Alright, perfect. Also, I need to get this off the screen too. So, it is the weekend for me. I am off till Tuesday, so don't worry too much if we have to go a little bit late. I am somewhat prepared for it. I say somewhat because, hopefully it doesn't get pretty long. I done goofed and didn't realize Polo was an invitational pool and used my wishing well for her. Wait, so you didn't know she was in it, and then you used your wishing well so you can get her? Is that what you mean, Saito? I'm not sure I understood that sentence. I'm not sure if you meant it the other way around. Another 6-hour lore stream coming. We don't know. It could be shorter than that. It may not. I mean, we have this, and we have the island stuff to do, so we'll see where this all goes. But I'm going to assume we can continue by just simply pressing this button for the next phase. So, let's see what happens. Ah! Okay, that was interesting. Huh. Okay. Anyway, before reaching the gate, Zuikaku remembered a familiar scene from another Mirror Sea. Huh? Is this the sanctuary? Why am I here? This is Visitors Dine Red. Okay. Remember what I said about keeping your promise? And then I died, just like that. Okay. Okay, Shokaku, you can calm down now. That is funny. Shokaku just being like, hey, remember when I died? Just like that. Yeah, it's pretty clear what this is. Hey, Sadanai. A Lamau skill issue. Back when PvP was, oh no, Enterprise is on the other team. I guess I gotta bring out a Kagi Kaga. Oh, I don't have a Kagi Kaga because 3-4 grind is pain? Well, I guess I'll go die then. Shokaku? No, this isn't right. The you I saw in the sanctuary wasn't. Real? Are you sure? Are you sure your memory is correct? Actually, never mind. Come closer, will you? You're not my sister. Who are you? Come to me, Zuikaku. I've missed you. Bull crap, I know what you're up to. You can't fool me. It's just a nightmare, and you're the one who planted those hallucinations in Akagi and Kaga. Oh, how I'd wish you'd listen to your sister. Red name? Shokaku's... That was weird. Phantom disintegrated into a black matter which spread in all directions to engulf Zuikaku. You're gonna pay for impersonating my sis. Yeah, let's just chop the... let's just use this sword on Fog. Zuikaku drew her blade. In a flash of light, her Shikigami aircraft materialized and effortlessly tore through the black substance. Oh, really? It worked. Or she thought. The bits of matter started crawling towards each other, forming once more into several figures. Looks like you're not gonna let me walk out of this nightmare, huh? But don't think you can break my will just by outnumbering me. We're in the sanctuary after all, and this is my home turf. Come at me and do your worst. Despite her confident retorts, Zuikaku tightly gripped the hilt of her sword. Okay. This is interesting. What is going on? The sound of wind chimes rang lightly in her ears, followed by the rhythmic, almost serene crashing of waves. The next thing she knew, she stood in front of a procession of torii gates, leading into the distance. This is... interesting. Huh? The vision changed? What is it this time? I need to stop, breathe, and think for a bit. The first one was in the sanctuary with an imposter Shokaku, and she suddenly split into a bunch of shadows. And then, yeah, I heard the sound of wind chimes. Then I was here. I think wind chimes we've generally associated with Shinano. But that doesn't tell me a thing about where I am. As she looked around, she once again heard the sound of wind chimes from further ahead of her, up a series of stairs. She looked up the stairs and saw the fuzzy figure of a person. She squinted, and as the figure slowly came into focus, she suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia, warmth, and safety wash over her. Oh no. Wait, you're... It's Magi, isn't it? Hold up. Wait a minute. As soon as she reached out, she was pulled from her vision by the loud explosion. Most people know who a Magi is, at least. I don't know. What's wrong? Why'd you all stop moving all of a sudden? We're not at the gate yet. It's a bit further up ahead. Oh, I'm fine. I remembered a weird dream from a while ago, that's all. Sorry about that. I had to do something, and I didn't have any other method on hand. It's fine. Don't apologize. You only did what you had to do to wake me up. And it's not like I got hurt or anything. Anyway, sorry for wasting time. Let's catch up with the others. Whoa, that is weird. It's inverted. That's weird. That either could have been Shinano, that could have been Amagi, that could have been... I even could have, well... There's a lot of possibilities, actually. My initial impression was Amagi because of the music, but Shinano also was a possibility because of the bells. Also the soundtrack. Something's going on with this. But yeah, in case we didn't have the confirmation that Zuikaku is the main protagonist, just casually resisting corruption. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, we don't necessarily know. It could have been anyone. I guess we'll find out at some point. Huh. It's a palindrome. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Also, who is this? Recognize this character at all? Are we looking at ourselves anew? You know. Hang on. Why do I have a weird feeling all of a sudden about another Arbiter? Why do I have a feeling this is Moon? I'm getting a weird feeling that we're looking at Moon here. This would make a lot of sense. Moon is a name-dropped Arbiter. We just don't know who it is. I don't think this is Moon herself. But I'm wondering if Moon is involved. The reason being isn't Moon, I think, is like insanity, anxiety, fear. I think. I don't know if that translates directly, but that'd be something. But I know we've been name dropped a bunch of Arbiters. At some point, we need to see them, and Hermit doesn't seem like the type that'd be doing this kind of stuff. Maybe Moon I could see, but I'm not sure. Oh, right. This is the thing. Can I actually keep the same team, or at least roughly the same team? Let's see here. Keep to the Iron Blood. That's Royal Navy. That's the wrong faction completely. Top team was Bismarck. Are you CVL? Oh, you're CVL. Okay. Moon could have a reflection gimmick. That would make sense. Like there's a lot of, there generally are some trends to Arbiters that actually kind of do make a lot of sense. So it would not surprise me if Moon is who we're potentially looking at. Granted, I don't know. I'm only making a projection. Or I don't know if projection is the right word actually. I'm making a guess. I'll put it that way. Wait, this is the team that I probably don't want too many CLs for, so let's put Odin here again. I don't think that's what it is. I don't recognize, it looks like it's a notation, but I don't necessarily know that notation. Which team is this again? This team, okay. August. And you know what? Let's bring Graph, why not? Switch up one character here. You want to get Peter. Alright, so we need to figure out who needs to be in this team. This is again mob team. So let's get the CA out of the way first. I usually want the CA to be the front one. Or, you know what I mean. The front person. You know what? Let's keep it as Butcher. Let's have a cinnamon roll. Z. The code looking good. Yeah, it's well, I don't know if palindrome is the right word, but it definitely is flipped. CA. Who would vote for this one? Mains is better than Rune. Uh-oh. Are we, is there gonna be an Ironblood Civil War in chat here or something? All the numbers are not AL. They're not all 10. Oh yeah, they all are 10. That's a good point, actually. 193755. They're all good. They all add up to 10. I don't know if that means anything. I'm actually kind of curious. Is that a notation? It could be a ratio. That's a weird thing, way to do it. But that's a weird way to do a ratio. I need Ulrich von Huden and that on the boss stage. Oh. I mean, I'm not too worried about doing... I can do that later. I'm just kind of running teams for the sake of running teams. I need a slightly higher evasion here. Prince Bismarck. Both Bismarcks are already in. You know what, let's let Albert have a bit more fun, I guess. I didn't give her much time. What DD do we put in here? She's not leveled. Oof. The same sequence backwards. Yeah, it's the same thing. Ulrich wants to be added. C46. Nimi is 125. I'd probably do 46 here for this. She's the AADD, right? I forget how she plays. And then a CL. Because I like to keep it around a 6. You know what? We'll just keep it mains. There we go. We'll just keep it this way. I don't want to do too much equipment adjustment. So I'd rather keep it as is. I think you need something though. Yeah. Okay. Why do you have this? Hold up. 140 efficiency with the 2. That's actually not bad for a destroyer. I guess that would make sense. I thought she was the AA girl. Granted, she's 1/1s. Oh, and you want AP too. But it's level 1. What is DDAP numbers? Do we have AP? Is this AP? That's normal. That's it. So 105, 85, 55. It's light, that's fine. What is Hermit number? Hermit is number 9. So this is 10. Ooh, that's a way to look at it. Who's 10? What number is 10 hang on. I don't know what one it is actually. I don't remember which Arcana this is that we're using for this. I don't remember. I want a number 9 large. I forgot what it is. Number 9 large. Wheel of Destiny, really? That's what that is? Huh. You just get the simple USA torpedoes very much. I forgot how there's this little statue of Bismarck right here. I'm just gonna give her health kits because I'm a little scared for Iron Blood health pools. So we're gonna steal it from the bird. Then we can continue forward. She's level. Not. I don't have any skills leveled, so she's not like super amazing. I could give her this already. At least let her start leveling past 100. Not like I'm hurting on the cog arrays. And of course, we'll bring everyone's favorite pirate. We'll bring the derpy pirate herself. Army officers. Bottom team is this. The top team is this. Not there. This is irrelevant. Because Royal Fortune doesn't get anything. Oh my goodness. Superior smoothbore cannons. Mercy, I don't know my Greek. Phase. What is that? Is that Omega? Is that what that is? Omega? No. Okay. Tau. No, not Tau. I don't think that's Tau. Oh, it is Omega. Okay, I'm used to the other one, the like horseshoe one. Well, upside down horseshoe, I guess is technically the proper one. I'm used to that one. People are. Oh no. No, don't do that to Omega. Anyway, Omega phase. Alpha and Omega. You'll stand before God. Alpha and Omega phase. That's something to think about. Alpha and Omega. That has some interesting things. The beginning and the end, exactly. The gate vibrated as it came to life once more. Contrary to Ulrich's expectations, however, it was not the city in the sky that awaited on the other end. We didn't get to the city or the mainframe, huh? My assumptions from before were a bit optimistic after all. Hey, see that around us? The red and blue zones in the sea have swapped places. And that's not all. The Tower of Midgard seems to be receiving that beam of light instead of emitting it. Oh yeah, it's red this time, instead of blue. Everyone started surveying their surroundings. Indeed, everything around them had changed drastically. Even the cubes are different colors. The city in the sky was gone without a trace, and the celestial bodies were back in their proper places. And from somewhere up on high, a pillar of light beamed endlessly into the heart of the Tower of Midgard. Midgard. As if everything had been inverted. I keep trying to combine the D and the G at the same time. And for some reason, it's causing me to just drop both of them. Searching something on Discord might be of interest. Okay, I'll look at it later. It's probably something I can have to wait till after stream to look at. Anyway, seems like we've been thrown back out between the red and blue zones, just like before. Except this time, we'd have to cross the red zone to get back to the tower. Bismarck, I believe we should confirm the properties of the water before we proceed. I agree. It'd be ideal to collect samples from a few locations to assess how dangerous it is. It's related to this event, actually. Okay, I'll check it afterwards. Like I said, I do plan to do like a video for this in the end too. So I just gotta go through everything, go through it maybe once or twice after stream or off stream, and also make sure there isn't too many discrepancies and everything, figuring out which one is the proper way to go. Because Gotta make sure we're at least somewhat consistent on the lore here. It's like an hourglass. Yeah, kinda, when you think about it. Jade, is it possible to do that using your aircraft? It should be. I'll give it a try at least. Everyone kept their eyes on Jade's plane as it skimmed delicately over the surface of the foreboding water, with a container in tow. The hell, you can even do that with your aircraft? What can I say? Good girls practice their technique. I mean, I don't actually know how common it is for planes to do something like that. I know certain forms of planes are used for like fighting fires, but I'm not sure. Hey yo, wait, what? This is gonna be memed. I'm scared. Did I miss something? Did I miss something? Oh no. Anyway, sometime later, Ulrich rocked the test tubes containing water samples from both red and blue zones, analyzing them through the light coming from the Tower of Midgard. Clear and colorless. There's nothing unusual about either of them. They're both regular salt water. Wait, what? Then how come one looks red and the other doesn't? Based on what I've seen, I have reason to believe that this mirror sea has multiple states. Think about it. The column of light, the sea changing whenever we use the gate, and the sky and sea being reversed. I really have a... Why do I feel like this is really moon or something? What causes all of this phenomenon are basically sets of rules imposed by the mirror sea. In other words, the water here has no inherent properties other than what the current set of rules dictates. Good girls practicing their teaching. Oh, okay, there's implications to that. I see. Which is why I have 2 ordinary test tubes of seawater in my hand now. Let me get this straight. This place is basically projecting colors onto the sea. That's a simplified way of understanding it, except instead of projecting a color, the mirror sea is capable of projecting properties. Oh, that's pretty crazy. How big of a projector would you need to do something like that on a scale? Not literally. But I guess the more important question is, are these properties you're referring to dangerous? If I remember properly, Ganaizanos said something about the red area seeming to be dangerous. Yes, I did feel meta corruption coming from the red zone, but nothing from these test tubes. It certainly lends credence to your theory, but I can't say I've seen anything like this before. It wouldn't surprise me if this mirror sea is projecting information onto its surrounding environment, but it's still just a theory at this point. That's pretty crazy. But it does sound like something the sirens would be able to pull off. Don't drink the forbidden Dr. Pepper. That's goofy. Anyway, take it with a grain of salt for now. We'll need to gather more evidence before we can make any sort of conclusive claims. Then the only thing we can do is move forward, right? Yes. Besides, we can't just sit around here forever doing nothing. We have to return to the Tower of Midgard, one way or another. Uh-oh. Bismarck, I'm detecting some enemy signals from right behind us. They appear to be the same type as the ones we encountered when we first got here, and it's a whole army of them. Awfully convenient timing, almost as if they're trying to force us into the red zone. If we're going to have to fight them anyway, we might as well engage them on our own terms. Agreed. Our resources are limited, so we should avoid fighting battles of attrition. Let's head straight for the tower. We should be far enough to avoid the bulk of their fleet. Gary and I will do what we can to keep everyone safe, but do act quickly and decisively. Time is of the essence. Let's get going. That's just a theory. Oh, theory, what? I mean, parallels have been positioned both the Devil and the Tower, plus there was Operation Siren with 3 arbiters being the final boss. Yeah. It could be more than one arbiter. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, when you think about what, like, if you actually think about what the tower, I think that the Tower card of Moon, I think, is fear, anxiety, paranoia, insanity. Like, it's kind of some of the stuff that they're exhibiting here. despair, I think maybe even. Like a lot of negative emotions, which wouldn't surprise me. But it doesn't make sense for them to do like this whole meta stuff. So I don't know. It could be Moon, it might not be Moon. I don't even know we don't even know much about Moon besides the name. That's it. We don't know what kind of power they have. We don't know anything about them. So I'm just taking a wild guess going off of what the cards, I believe what the card should be based off of. So that's pretty much all I can say about that, to be honest. All right, we have this mechanic again. We do know, I think, right, I forgot fast forward. Moon. So the Arbiters are based off of a specific arcana, I think I say it, of tarot cards. So Empress, Devil, Strength, Temperance, Hermit. Technically Tower, I believe, is one of them. So they're all based on a specific arcana from the tarot card collection. Happy blue shirt. So I'm not exactly sure. Major arcana, okay. Everyone's moving fast. But yeah, Moon, I believe, is just that all references to. Yeah. It's ruin an impending disaster. Which is weird because Tower doesn't seem to, like, the Tower we're familiar with doesn't seem to be doing that. It seems to be more focused on protecting or preserving. Because, as I said in the, what was it? Parallel superposition video. It looks like Tower is more focused on, or at least it seems like it's a neutral character rather than an enemy, because it seems like it because of its actions. Renown, Meta, Repulse, Net, and all of the other Ashes are alive right now. So I don't know. And I did see something about the, like a humanoid version of the Tower. It didn't look official, so I'm not going to say anything else about it because it didn't look like it was an official announcement or anything. So I'm gonna withhold any judgment on that. See, huh? Yeah, but like I said, it didn't. I didn't see anything that made it look like it was an official thing. I think it's just fan drawing. For now, I could be wrong, but again, I guess the one way I could put it is I did miss the first 20 or so minutes of the live stream, but I don't think that would have been revealed at that time. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a fan art. Will have a reversed form. Ooh. That'll be interesting to think about. I have this weird sinking suspicion Moon is involved, because it's just like I said, what Moon is. This is all purely a guess, but it would be kind of cool to see that, because then that would mean that some of the abilities of the Arbiters can be tied to what the card represents. That isn't white hair. It's impossible. Well, yeah. The thing is, I don't necessarily know if the Arbiters were made by Oust or not. Because like around the time when they were testing things out, it was like his first generation, and from what I remember, that was, I believe, compiler? So my assumption right now is that 0 is the first generation of sirens, and then the sirens that we've known for a good majority of time, you know, Purifier, Compiler, Observer, blah 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 blah. That's like the second generation, which is like the first of the combat-oriented variants. And then the Arbiters are like a very refined combat form, like the second generation. Well, that's still the Enforcer. Wait, that's a different icon then. This was not the boss icon. The devil had black hair. Oh, that is true. But I don't know. Yorktown looking happy over there, though. What was that saying? But we don't necessarily know if the Arbiters were created from Oust's research or anything. So we don't necessarily know. What icon? So when you start a stage, I'll have to show you when I finish this run. But when you start a stage normally, you can see a boss portrait on the top left of the stage info, like the one where it says here you can click on this and see its drops. You can see or like equipment drops. You can see its character drops. That particular page, but it didn't match who this one was. So I'm not sure what that's about. She's enforcing her will. Maybe, but that's weird. The icon. Don't necessarily know. I like how they've also changed the names of all the humanoid sirens here. I forgot what they were, but like Peacebreaker isn't what it's used for the that one. Now, I don't know what, I don't remember what it was called. I remember it yesterday, but I don't remember what it was called now. Came into the Leviathans or before? They might have been like the first, like, it's hard to say. We don't know much, we don't know a whole lot about the sirens. We can assume they operate similarly to, they operate in a very similar manner to the Arbiters act in a similar manner to the sirens that we know. It's like they have the terminal and everything, and they can constantly replicate themselves, which is terrifying to think about, because not only is an Arbiter as tough as it is, it can keep recreating itself. Just passing by, hope the stream goes well. Hey Iori, welcome. We're just going over some stuff about the lore. So Smasher has always been the real name for Peacebreakers, mainly in CN. It's just Ian changed the name for them for whatever reason. Oh, okay. If that's the case, then sure. I can accept that. I can definitely accept that. But I do kind of find Peacebreaker cool, to be honest. Just wait for another Northern Parliament event. I don't know. I don't feel like the last one gave us a lot of information. Granted, it was only 19, which is like half the usual duration of events. What was that one called? Frostfall, I think? 3 enemies left, 1, 2, and the big one's right here. Boom. Last one was a mini event. Yeah. So I don't know if there's going to be a whole lot I can really, you know, cherry pick is the right word, but gather, I guess, is probably a better word. I can probably gather from that event. There's probably a few little pieces I can add, but other than that, there's not a whole bunch. This one's probably going to have a bit more for sure. But it really does make me wonder if, like, why this corruption thing is going on right now. And what the purpose of it is. The only person I'm aware of that has attempted to use this kind of aura to spread infection was Bum Richard. But it's, I mean, that's a terrifying prospect in itself. Because that's some pretty nasty implications. Meaning that they're literally in the same branch right now as Bum Richard, which is probably the worst place they could be right now. Explorer's will name is Scavenger, Tracker's will name is Chaser, Ocean is Navigator, Peacebreaker, Smasher, and Strategist is Conductor. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, it kind of gave a nice little preview, and they were also testing out that system. Oh right, I forgot Odin's in the middle. Bomb Richard. No, I can just see her like come out of nowhere and just make the bomb noise with the something like that. Just like comes out of nowhere and makes that noise, says hermit crabs, then just leaves and refuses to elaborate. Meanwhile, everyone, including the arbiters and sirens, are also confused. You got U556's mount drop. Nice! Coming out of nowhere and someone's heart starts. I love that translation. Monarch's heart is rapidly calling the police. That was a good one. I remember when the guy that helps me with the CN stuff, or the CN discrepancy stuff, he was pointing that out. And, like, that's like a running gag between the two of us right now. The other one is, what was it? Bum Richard, a good man. Like, it didn't make any sense, but it was funny. Wait, Latios, are you? Wait, Latios, you who I think you are? Oh, that's who you are. I wasn't aware that was you. I didn't even look at Discord till now. Oh, I like that actually. It just goes to show if I don't necessarily know your name on another account, I'm not gonna know who you are. So oof. Guy with Latios isn't. Okay, you're Latios with an A. I have had multiple people with similar names, so I can't just assume that, to be fair. Also, Silver isn't in your name either. Silver isn't in your Discord name. You use an O instead of an A. Also, I can't see what your profile picture is, and it's obviously not Atsuyo. It's a Latios. Oh, yeah. Like, you have no idea how, like, here, you know what? I'm just gonna send you what it looks like from my perspective and how hard it is for me to see it. There. Now you can see how difficult, how much of a struggle it is to see what your profile picture is. But also, I've not had you on stream before, so that's a thing. But yeah, so he sent me a whole bunch of, I
these are all Bible verses, correct? So the how did you figure these out? Where did you like?
Did you just go peeking through these?
Because I'd have never have assumed Bible verses with this.
I'm curious about that. Why did you, Bismarck? Why did you steal monster from Cal's? I don't think that's. I mean, this is more of a dragon, whereas monster is a literal spine. They were quoting Bible stuff. I guess that is true. And you have been mentioning religion does have a good role to play in this.
That is a good point. Anyway, I guess I could read these off. Yeah, let me copy these down so I don't like leak our DMs.
Okay, let's see here. So 1-9 could be so my first is with Bible quotes. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. No worries. Don't know what's going on. Here, let me just put on, I hope this is the right one.
I'm gonna throw this to the server
just in case it leaks the wrong desktop, because sometimes it does this. Okay, there we go. This is what he sent me, which is a bunch of Bible verses, which actually does kind of make sense though, because 1-9, you know, there's been a lot of references and stuff about religion with Revelations of Dust, so I guess it doesn't exactly, it wouldn't exactly not make sense for it to be, you know, for there to be some mentioning in here. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna read these, but I guess I can. 1-9 looks like it's the book of Joshua, which is, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. The Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. Book of John 3:7. You should not be surprised at my saying. Why is an A there? What is this like? Is this like an Italian thing? You must be born again. Why is this here? I don't know why this. I don't know what this is here for. But yeah, it's a footnote from where I got the quote. Oh, fair enough. Here, let's just get rid of that. Sorry to the Italians. But you have a carrier that wants to put spaghetti in planes, so I think you have bigger problems. Matthew 5:5. Blessed are the meek, they shall inherit. Oh, that's a classic. But they shall inherit the earth. Psalm 9:1. For the director of music to the tune of the death of the Son, a psalm of David. I will give thanks to you, Lord, with all my heart. I will tell of all your wonderful deeds. And then he says there's 2 7-3s. There's one from the book of Matthew and one from the book of Jeremiah. Why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's eye? Pay no attention to the plank, and pay no attention to the plank in your own eye. Okay. And that's interesting. This is what the Lord Almighty, the God of Israel, says: reform your ways and your actions, and I will let you live in this place. Interesting. That could be pretty. That could definitely be something. I don't know if it's gonna. I don't know how much that's gonna tie in yet, because I mean, I'm still missing a good chunk of the story, but we'll see. Anyway, boss time. I think this is Hermit's Enforcer again. So. It's saying the Greek was plural. Oh, okay. You as in, like, you all or something. Gotcha. It's pretty fitting the hills. Oh, yeah, like, I could see it as a possibility because of, Oh, I don't have, I don't have the hedgehog. Whoops. That's fine. Bismarck just blast. Well, you've got HE on a battleship, boss. This isn't gonna go well. Everyone throw torpedoes. August Fun Parcel taking up the entire screen when you activate her. And the MVP was Bismarck, surprisingly. Well, actually not surprisingly. She has like a 30 something level difference in her advantage, so she's already hitting cap. Kaboom! The girls sailed forward as quickly as possible while moving in a tight formation. Bismarck and I hope you don't mind, Ladius, that I called this Gary, because I'm gonna butcher this name every other day. Acting as sword and shield for the fleet. Despite the palpable danger of the red zone, the group was able to traverse through it without losing combat effectiveness. Everyone's calling him Gary. Oh, it's cool. It works. After losing a significant chunk of their pursuing forces, the sirens began to fade from sight, signaling an end to the offensive. My, autonomous rigging sure look frightening, but aren't you the goodest boy ever? Gary's like, what do you mean? Bismarck's rigging cocked his 3 heads, unable to understand what Jade meant. Rigging's personality depends on its wielder. Sensing something, Bismarck quietly placed her hand on her rigging. Traces of meta activity? Communicating with her rigging was fairly simple, as if it was like her second half. She quickly noticed a response from her beacon tracker. Something the matter, Bismarck? Looks like we're not the only ones out here. Another meta ship has been active here. What? Everyone instinctively turned their eyes toward Gneisenau. Well, okay, yes. Oh, wait, no. I don't think they're necessarily gonna know of another person here. They may be used to this kind of lifestyle, but I don't think they're gonna know if each other are in the same branch or not. Please, there's no way it's me. Surely you don't think Bismarck would bring up this subject as a joke. No, you're right. Wouldn't you have sensed something, though? You're a meta yourself, and you keep talking about your instincts. Unfortunately, this entire sector seems to have traces of meta corruption as far as I'm concerned, so I'm the least useful person here in that regard. Besides, we all have our own unique signals, so I have no way of recognizing someone I don't know. Also a good point. Gary is canonically the goodest boy. Bismarck and her rigging Gary. That sounds like a weird show for some reason. Anyway, you have those fancy beacon trackers, don't you? I reckon you'll have better luck using those than asking me for help. Or if you have... I wonder if Helena Meta is an exception to that. Maybe she can identify it. You know, with how her being all about, you know, knowing everything and scanning and all that stuff. I actually wonder if that'd be something she's good at. About that. This was kind of an emergency operation, and meta beacon trackers don't exactly come cheap. Come to think of it, Bismarck, how'd you find this meta in the first place? I installed a beacon tracker on Gary before we departed. I've already cross-checked the signal with our database. Whoever it is, I can safely say we've never encountered them before. Huh? You baked a beacon tracker into Gary on top of all this insane stuff he can already do? She makes it sound like Bismarck was just like, I'm gonna make a rigging. I'm gonna put a whole bunch of stuff in it, throw it in the oven, and then boom, out come Gary. Before you know it, he's gonna you're gonna hear an oven ding, and his mouth's gonna open, and inside of it's muffins. Just muffins. What muffins? Whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Whatever your favorite muffin is. Man, it's just a full-fledged kitchen. Oh my goodness. Anyway, well, it's not that inconceivable. Gary was specifically designed with combating meta corruption in mind, so a beacon tracker would naturally be part of his core functions. I mean, technically, Bumham Richard is a meta, and she does corrupt others, or at least she attempted to for most people. I think Kronstadt was the only one she almost got away with. I don't know if... I want to believe Kronstadt's own thing was because of Bumham Richard and not her synchronizing with that rock. I don't know if that was if that's been explored or not. But it's not, you know, Bumham Richard trying to turn people it's not the first. Or it's not something unheard of, I guess is the better way to put it. Anyway. I'm so jealous, but also so impressed at the same time. Write that down, Rachel. Ah, yes, her own rigging pulls out a pad. Her own rigging just pulls out a little pad of paper from nowhere, puts on some glasses, and pulls a pencil out and starts writing notes down. An unknown quantity, huh? I think she might be connected with that unknown entity we faced. Wait, what? Oh, that doesn't make sense. What is this too? I have no idea if Latias is still here, but if he is, I don't know what this response is to. An unknown quantity? This line doesn't make sense. Even if it's there, even if she's trying to say, like, we don't know the meta signal, they said the signal here, which makes me think of one. So why the word quantity? Quantity could be a variable. Hawk, it's not difficult. What do you mean? It doesn't make sense. I think she might be connected with an unknown entity we faced earlier. Huh? Can you create those black shockwaves as well? No, that's not what I meant. It's just, I think I saw something like it before. It wouldn't be the first time for me to, like, there's been segments of lore, like, actually, Pledge is a good example of this, where dialogue will sometimes sound confusing, but it's because they've just literally retconned an entire section of the chapter out. Reason why, I don't know, but that's what my first initial impression was that response just seems so odd. One is a quantity. Yeah, but why say unknown quantity? Why not just say unknown identity or whatever? Pronoun unknown quantities is a person or thing whose nature, value, or significance cannot be determined or is not yet known. Okay. That's not usually that's not what I usually use the word quantity for. Quantity usually refers to an amount for me, so that's why I don't usually use that word that way. Still, anyway, it's just, I think I saw something like it before. I had a friend who was undergoing metamorphosis. She was determined to fight until her final breath. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring back tragic memories. It's alright. You can put up a fight against that kind of power. In any case, if these energy traces are still fresh, the person behind it should still be nearby, and expect her to wield tremendous power. Strong by meta standards? Think it might be one of the Ashes? One of the Ashes could certainly fit the bill. Unlike us, they don't care about collateral damage. They would have... I think she means us as in... Cinders, maybe. They would have no issue with raising the whole tower should it stand in their way. Well, they also hate the sirens with a burning passion, so there is that. Oh, that's fine, Latias, you're good. If she's anything like Scharnhorst, there's a good chance we can negotiate with her. Should worst come to worst, we're forced to fight an Arbiter, she could be an ace up our sleeve. Hell, maybe she even knows where Friedrich's gone off to. I know what I saw in the hallucination wasn't real, but I still want to know. In hindsight, it makes sense. We probably weren't the unknown enemy's intended target. Whoever this meta is, we should look for her. I'll do it. Just give me the order. If she's from the Ashes, she should sympathize with the situation we're in. Will she, though? Yes. Whether she ultimately ends up being a friend or a foe, this is a lead we at least should pursue. I mean, we already kind of know who it is because the map. We went and peeked at the map, so we know it's. At least I'm assuming it's Vestal meta because her effect was involved here. But first, we need to make sure we're in a safe area. Head for the tower of Midgard's control room. Yeah, I'm going to assume when she meant by, unlike us, she means Cinders of Hope meta. Oh, shoot. Well, I'm not gonna worry about it. You're there, so let's go for this one first. Vestal meta being incredibly strong is a good joke. I mean, having technically, like, the way you could look at it is anyone with the ability to heal or do any kind of, like, damage mitigation or anything like that, that is, in its own right, a very powerful ability. It's kind of like, you know, oh, what's his name? A regular at Magic Academy, the guy with the ability to just undo an injury, but he feels the pain and everything in its place. What's his name? Tatsuya? Like, that in its own sense is a very powerful ability. It is strong in its own right, just not strong by what we're thinking it is. I think his name's Tatsuya. Yeah, Tatsuya. So like that, but that's like one way you could look at that is it's not just because they say it's powerful doesn't mean that they're gonna like level an entire building. It could just simply mean that their abilities they have are incredibly invaluable. Redo of healer. Okay. Yeah, it's like redo of healer has the same thing. Okay. I haven't watched all the redo of healers, so I can't say anything to that one. I didn't get that far in it. I think I got 1 or 2 episodes in, I think, and then after that it's just clips. It's not because I got grossed out by that or anything. It's more of just I didn't have time to finish it. I need to go back and watch that at some point. I feel like you might not enjoy it. Oh no, it's fine. I've seen worse stuff. I have been on the internet long enough. Nothing can really faze me that badly. Well, Vestal, you put a B there. That's some damage. Technically, they always had damage. It's just we're ignoring shooting down airplanes as damage. Because I think repair ships have 2 AA guns, if I remember correctly. It's been so long since I've used them, so I don't exactly remember if their loadout was double AA gun. I think it is. Because I think that was one of the benefits of them in the first place. How can you tell it's meta Vestal? So I'd have to do this. Let me finish this one. Somebody remind me right at the boss. So like when I'm fighting the boss, somebody remind me to not hit continue. And if I do, I'll just force myself to retreat. 2 AA, 1 or 3 on. Yeah, that's what I thought. Red Alert OST kind of slay. This kind of feel like Red Alert a little bit. But yeah, like, they did damage, it's just not the damage we're used to. I'm not, I did get a little bit into Redo of Healer. I wasn't like grossed out or anything about it. Like I have definitely seen my share of rather horrid things. I'm not at all concerned about that. Possible. Oh, you know that. Well, I mean, at that point, that would mean that everyone attacking each other wouldn't do damage, though, when you think about it. Because at that point, you're basically saying, at that point, you're basically saying, it's just like the other place, but it's opposite day. You mean we don't? When we shoot people, it actually heals them? What? How bad is it at Corrosion 5? Let's see just how oof it is. How bad the speed penalty. Hi. It's not too bad. The penalty isn't that bad. I thought it would have been worse than that. Ah. No. After I need. Well, yeah. I said stop. Tell me at the boss to remind me. But I have to finish the boss to actually do this. You got your first Bismarck at 199. You might as well pull that last one and get your free pity out of it. That still sucks, but I mean, I guess it's better than pulling, getting only one at the 200 mark. Hit the RPG enemy that deals for more your damage and better to have bad luck. Yeah, really. Like, it's probably the friendlier one of the two. All right, I'll show you guys real quick. So let's pop back over here. So when you go to, if you've already cleared, like 100% cleared, if you go to any of these stages, I'm turning you off before it automatically does something, and you go to this stage, you'll see a new icon appear on the top left, and if you click on it, thanks to Vestal Meta's support, the maximum corrosion level of this zone has been reduced. So that's why I am more than certain that the meta here is Vestal. Is because the game literally gave it away to us. It's unfortunate, but that is kind of how we know. So sometimes going back on old maps will actually give away things to you. This happened a little bit on, what was it? The Aquilifers? I think, I don't know how to say it. The ballad one. The World Expo. I'll put it that way. It happened there too, where once you cleared the area and 100%ed it, if you went back in there, it was a completely different experience. And she is logic. She has to be. It makes sense she's logic. Oh, I don't, you probably, actually no, you've already been in the stream probably for enough time. You probably already heard me talk about the Alpha and Omega bit. Adios. Never mind. But yeah, this does not match. I don't know what this is. This is very confusing to me, why this character is here, yet it's an enforcer we're fighting. So that is very odd. I'm not sure why they did that. Or maybe that's something that happens when you come back in the zone the next time. I'm actually kind of curious. So maybe that's what we need to do. We need to check that. No, let's bring out the door. There's no lasers here, so she's safe. Unless you consider well, I don't know if you consider that lasers or not. Not the boss though. But why would it list it there? Because that portrait's for the boss. Alright, let's go this way. So 18,000 is Blucher. And she got 15,000. Man, fortune be like that. And Blucher and her are the same level too, so that says something too. You had to oath her. I wonder how many people got her skin though. Already power crept. I don't think it matters if she's power crept or not. She's a funny character. That's kind of how it do be like. Got her skin from the lucky bag. Oh, that's funny. Taihos and Bismarcks. I'm waiting for the round 2 stuff. I want to see what they got there, because some of the skins in that grouping actually look really good. I think Cleveland's was free, which I actually was really appreciative of. Because I do like me some Cleveland. This game barely has any PvP. Why worry about power creep? Yeah. The whole meta thing kind of fell out of the... Okay, meta as in... I hate this concept. I can't use the word meta because it's ambiguous for Azur now. Do you mean meta as in the gacha meta, or do you mean meta as in metamorphosis? Everyone proceeds to hate the fact that we used meta for this. Oh boy. Did we get more Tempesta ships in the island cutscenes? I haven't even read them yet, so I don't even know. Yeah, I know. It's still the fact that it's like we have 2 things that use meta, and if people don't put context into the conversation, then of course that's going to cause issues. But it's just the fact that we're at this stage. Or Julian Ozilane meta per... Ah! I don't usually call him... Well, no, you call him meta, don't I? Dang. Metagame also works. Yeah. It's true. Meta everywhere. I do be the big goof though. We don't have enough meta. We need more. Metaverse. No. Don't talk about the metaverse. Don't do this to me. Oh wait, it's all meta. Apparently, always has been. How do you get your stuff to move that fast? So before you start a mission, and like, you know, when you click on the sortie mission that takes you to the team formation page, there's an option on that little pop-up window that says fast forward. You can enable that, and that's what does that. It's kind of nice to have that, really. No, it's all limit. Oh gosh, that's even worse. Meta this, meta that. Why don't you go meta some concept? Is that right, meta? Yeah, it's still the enforcer. I don't understand this. This is very weird. Oh. I'm gonna come back here on the... I want to know why they did that. I'm assuming it's when you get the 100%, it's gonna reveal something. I want to take a look at this. But that means we're gonna have to do 5 fights at 100% and see what that reveals to us. Because I want to see why they have that portrait there. Because this is Hermit's Enforcer, but the portrait doesn't match on the boss, so there's got to be a reason for that. Maybe I might want to consider. Well, no, I can't. If that's the case, I can't even rely on the portrait to tell me what class they are now. Yeah, Enforcers are there for a purpose, true, but in this case, the 2 portraits don't line up. Enforcer 9 concealment. Yeah, but I mean that kind of ties in with the Hermit. Anyway, Mirror C, Omega Phase, or Bismarck. Wouldn't it be smart to patrol the area? Oh yeah, Latius, what'd you think of this? What'd you think about this? But the backstory here for this now, since you and I were both like trying to figure this out. No need. I'll have my hands full with touching up Regensburg's rigging. In the meantime, I want to discuss the Mirror C's structure with someone. Will you stay? Of course. Do anything if it helps you out. Alright. Then I'd like you to tell me what you think of this place. Wait, did I read that right? Oh no, what you think this place is. Sorry. What it is. Don't think too hard. Just tell me the first thing that comes to mind. In that case, a loop? Maybe an hourglass? Yeah, I think it's like an hourglass. An hourglass. A really, really big one. That's actually pretty accurate. Like, you know how at first everything was red other than the area around the tower? And then every time we used the gate, we ended up in the same place, but the Red Sea was getting closer. Then, when we used it again, after seeing the Upside Down City, the red and blue were reversed. So I think the tower in the middle of is the middle of the hourglass, and the gate is the passage of time. I think it's cool, and given some of the context this event has brought to the table, it works. Yeah, it does. I do find it interesting because this is like I was saying this yesterday. This is a what is it? This branch's technically this branch's first true meta, I think. I mean, we've had Kronstadt come close, but that didn't count, and then Akagi was brief, but this seems like a true full transformation. Her right hand is something. It's just gum. There's also Bismarck in Algeria. Yeah, but they weren't finished either. Neither of them were finished. So there is that. Anyway. The sea starts out blue, then gradually becomes red. And when it's all turned red, the hourglass flipped, turning Red Sea back into Blue Sea. I've got it. If the Red Sea is sand, then us passing through the gate is what lets it fall through. Oh, yeah, I could see that. That would make a lot of sense because this is where the red is this time. And these are connected to each other. So the red being here would make sense. But that would mean it spreads outward instead of spreading inward. She's got both hands. Yeah, the other ones are here. Doing whatever it is she's doing here. I mean, look at the tower. Its light beam has changed from blue to red. I think that indicates what's on the other side of the hourglass. And maybe the reason we saw the Upside Down City is because we were standing on top of the sand. This Mirror Sea is an hourglass, and the Red Sea represents sand falling down. Using the gate only transports us through time, not space, during which sand falls down, expanding the Red Sea. Hang on, that reminds me. Yeah, we were looking for Ulbrich when we first arrived, and there was no Red Sea here at all. Oh, you were sleepwalking at the time, so it's natural you wouldn't remember it. Well, I can't be 100% sure. I think Jade was the first to observe the Red Sea. All I did remember from my episode is going through the gate and heading straight for the control center. No, wait. There's one more thing. Those giant cubes, I don't remember them being there. And they're blue on this side. Well, they're red on the one we're at now. I think they're blue here. Oh, that's weird. Gneisenol and I definitely saw them when we first got here. What if Ulrich... If what Ulrich said is true, and the cubes are based on some kind of timetable, then we've done something to cause them to appear. Ulrich said that when she first arrived, there was no sign of the Red Sea, or those floating cubes. After Ulrich activated the tower, Zuikaku and Gneisenol came through and saw the floating cubes, but not the Red Sea. By the time I arrived, the Red Sea was already present, and with each activation of the tower, the red area grew more and more. When we saw the upside-down city, that must have been when all the sand had passed through one phase. Then there's the corrosion effect of the Red Sea, the metamorphosis phenomenon, and the unknown enemies that appear from the red waters. But if we assume that this Mirror Sea houses the Siren Arbiter's mainframe, why would those things be here? Unless... I don't know if it's a... That just feels weird for it to be an Arbiter's mainframe. I feel like if it was an Arbiter's mainframe, there would be a significant response to anyone being here that shouldn't be here. And I'm not just talking like one Arbiter being present, like multiple. Because if they lose an Arbiter, that's a hefty... That's a big price that the Sirens would pay. I don't know, that seems weird to me for it to be an Arbiter mainframe. Why would those things be here unless... Oh my god! She realized something. What's wrong, Lord Bismarck? You look pale. I think my guess might be wrong after all. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you worry. I'm working with a number of assumptions here, but it's best if we act quickly. Come with me, U556. We're going back to the control center. Oh. Hi, Tirpitz. What is that? In place of the previous vision of Friedrich, the dome in the central control room displayed a new, rather ill-boding image. All of Ironblood has been defeated? Heaps of wreckages, floating in a burning sea. Among them were the girls of Ironblood, including Bismarck's sister, Tirpitz. Calm down, it's not real. My corrosion sensor is responding, though. This place really does connect to the throat of the Hourglass. Beep, beep, beep. Bismarck, we've finished surveying the nearby waters. There seems to be nothing of note here. The other meta's trail also seems to have vanished, I'm afraid. Oh, Gary. Don't draw conclusions just yet, Gneisenol. We're bound to find a lead on her if we keep looking. I admire your drive, but pursuing a wild goose chase will only squander our finite resources. If the meta is here, we'll run into her sooner or later. If she's already left, we'll gain nothing by searching for her. Alright, we'll head back to the tower. Meet at the gate. I have a theory I'd like to prove. Are you sure about this, Bismarck? It'll be fine. The corruption in the control center is dormant for now. Now, as for my theory, use your communicator to relay a message to everyone. I strongly believe this Mirror Sea is structured like an hourglass. We are going to test if the gate advances the passage of time and makes the Red Sea, symbolizing sand, expand or not. If the Red Sea does not expand, or if it thins out, that means we're on the top side of the hourglass. Oh, so because this is a change, we're not sure if we're on the top or the bottom. To me, this feels like we're on the bottom. Well, no. Actually, if this is the side, because the red is on... If we're on the bottom and it's drying down, then it would spread from bottom out. But then the top doesn't make sense. Because like the grains of sand that would form a pile, that would start in the middle and go and then expand outward, right? I don't know. This seems... Anyway, we'll see. So once all the sand is gone, we can safely investigate the city at the Hourglass's throat. I've not made my mind on that just yet. We need to find a way to get there, too. As I was saying, conversely, if the Red Sea does expand, that means we are on the bottom side. We must find a way out of this place as soon as possible, before the corruption bears down on us. Alright, we're gonna do a few runs here, a few fights here, to see if the boss has changed. I'm gonna turn auto search off, because I hate that. Thank you for telling me I have information. And once again, we have Vestal with us, for unknown reasons. Yeah, so like, this would feel like, in my case, or in this case, I think what's gonna happen is the Red Sea has to expand out, because that would make sense if it's the bottom. But at that point, the top is... Yeah, because then that would mean the other direction was the top, but if blue was in the middle, that means all the blue was pouring out, and it would be, you know, it'd be that case where the blue was in the middle expanding outward, but it wasn't. So if the Red Sea expands here, then that makes sense we're on the bottom, but the top would then be that the blue starts to expand, because that would be how that would work, wouldn't it? Or would this be a case, well, no, I think I can see how this works. Unless the blue is just air. Yeah, that's true. That could just be the absence of it, which would just fill in wherever the sand is not. I don't know, that's weird. So if blue is air, red is the sand, then that would make a lot of sense, because then that would mean that this would start to expand outward, and the blue would start to vanish because the air is moving upward. Which would mean that the... Oh, that is... okay. When you think about this as this device being the central point, then then the top is a little confusing. But if this is the bottom, then the red's gonna fall down to the bottom, which would be through here, and it would expand outward. That makes sense. But when you look at it from the top, the blue area that is where the red area is here was gonna get larger. But if the center point is where this stuff is supposed to go through, it would be draining blue, not red. But that's why it's confusing. That's why I'm a little bit confused there. But no, the hourglass thing makes sense. It's probably simply just red will drain to one side or the other side, and blue is just the absence of red. That's probably all that is. But the positions of the fluids make it is just a little confusing. I thought the center was receiving the beam. Yeah, but that's like... I don't want to bust up paint, but it's fine. It's something so trivial, I don't think it's something that matters that much. I mean, the implications behind this, like, what this is supposed to signify, yeah, it might mean something, but whether or not the formalities are right, it's going to be a little weird. I'm looking at this being like, so the two lines that connect this to the other one, this is where the sand, the sand in quotes, falls. So it would make me think that it would accumulate at the middle. But if the middle is blue, that doesn't make sense. So that's why I'm sitting there thinking, which one, you know, which way is it then? It's just a little, I don't know, it's just a little weird. But again, it's something so trivial, I'm not too worried about it. Also, has anyone figured out who this character is yet? Because I looked around, I don't know who that is. I see it, Tim. But yeah, if we're looking at it as simply as one side has red, which is the sand, the absence of sand is blue, then that makes sense. Because at that point, it just fills in wherever red is not. Someone who got cut last minute. Oh. Or maybe someone who's just going to show up later. Erika from Blue Archive. Wrong game. Kagalin. Kaga doesn't have those little bumps on her head. Oh, right. So this is why it's still 2. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe the 5 gotcha character got cut. Nah, I mean, that could... UR events don't usually have that many gotcha characters. So that's not why. I'm actually kind of curious who that... I wonder if it's related to one of the ship girls, because it's like Jervis and Janice were in Pledge. Granted, one of them wasn't in the gotcha, so I wonder if it's just a sister ship of one of the ships here. But which one is it? It's Juan. I don't know. Again, it's something so trivial, so it's not like you have to worry about it. But it is one of those things that's just. I wonder if this is. Citizen for Big 7 Bronze is really good. Not gonna lie. It's not 100, but I mean it's better. I mean, in this day and age, if it's not 100, it kind of is a negative still. Considering most things nowadays have been consistent, or guaranteed, or near guaranteed, like 90% or something. Alright, let's see. Different character? Nope, same one. Okay, well, we'll just find her. I have no idea why that's there then. That is really weird. My suspicion was if we redid this stage, then the boss is going to change, but it didn't. So I have no idea why they put a different chibi from there. Maybe it's the other enforcer. I forget what her other enforcer looks like. Oh, the spider figure. I'd have to take a look at it, but yeah. That's the CL, isn't it? I think I should. Let me take a look. Let me see if I can find her. I can just search Operation Siren and get me what I need. Because usually Operation Siren will have a picture. That's not the right one. That's the wrong one. As nice as fandom can be sometimes, fandom crashes my browser. So. This is exploration. Oh yeah, that's concealment. Okay, yeah, I see what you guys mean. It is the CL. Yeah, it's her other enforcer. So they just put the wrong enforcer there. Whoops. What? No. We aren't staying here. We're not staying here. We gotta go do the movie. We gotta go do the lower stuff. Yeah. So for those that don't know who we're talking about here, I'll go ahead and show this real quick. This is the enforcer that we're fighting. This is Enforcer 9 Exploration. This is the battleship name. The one we're talking about is the light cruiser concealment here. That matches. When you look at, go back here. See, they just put the wrong enforcer. It's the wrong enforcer. Whoops. AL done goofed, guys. They done goofed. It's alright. Alright, so this is Smasher. Boom. And boom. So they did the wrong, that's such a kind of, I mean, it's not wrong. Well, I know it is wrong. It's just not as far off as it could have been. I might want to let them know that. That is funny though. Anyway, Mirror C, Omega Phase. The Tower of Midgard glowed brightly, and the party once again stepped through the gate. Bismarck, the red zone is even bigger this time. Ah, so it is the bottom. It even looks like we were dropped off further away from the tower than before. Does that mean we've basically moved backwards? It's as if the sand falling from the top keeps pushing us farther and farther away. Going off our working theory, yes. So basically the corruption stuff is raining from the sky. Not literally, but expect to see it manifest in the form of a black mist from before, or perhaps that unknown enemy. Speak of the devil. Yeah, my aircraft spotted something too. A swarm of indiscernible blobs are pouring out of the tower. They're headed straight for us. First they went for the tower, now they're coming out of it. What a bother. Karma must be mad at me for being such a good girl all the time. Why do I feel like a bunch of chat's just gonna start writing sus now? What shall we do, Bismarck? Run for our lives. These things seem to be able to materialize whole corroding attacks. I don't want to push my luck with them twice. On the other hand, the corrosion here isn't as bad as I expected. Depending on how we fight them, we may be able to gather some valuable data. Alright, take command. Bombard them to slow them down. And what are you planning to do? I have a theory I'd like to test. With me, Gary. Gary's thrusters roared to life, and Bismarck broke formation to charge straight ahead, right into the mass of the writhing amorphous foes. Bismarck, what is she thinking? She's the only one here who can neutralize their whole corroding attacks. Most likely, she intends on using this opportunity to analyze exactly what those enemies are up close and personal. Everyone, give her the space she needs. Don't let those enemies overwhelm Bismarck. Okay. Although the colossal size of Bismarck's rigging made her an easy target, she managed to approach the enemies without taking much damage. All thanks to her Earth fleet's covering fire. Without a moment to hesitate, she engaged anti-hull corruption measures and closed in. Even this close, I can't make out any details. Their very being seemed to defy description. Then let's see how you respond to this. She stretched her hand out, palm aimed straight at the enemy. Hey, I don't know if Ladius is still here or not. Hey, is it... How about a Dawn's Rhyme? Did it describe a bunch of characters as shadowy, indiscernible things? I wonder if these are the same things. But there's a, for those that don't necessarily know, in How About Dawn's Rhyme, there is a portion, I think it's where the commander is viewing the, I think it's when he's talking with Observer Zero, but as like a TV form, not necessarily as Observer Zero. I think that was the scene. I don't remember which scene it was. That was that event. I mean, it reran semi-recently, but it's been a while. How about Pledge? Oh, Pledge? Oh, right, Pledge. Yeah, true. They appeared to parallel superposition too. Yeah, that is true. I forgot about that. So it's not new. So this is, whatever this is not something that's new. That was when the last light has faded. My only suspect could be it's something related to that Leviathan. But it's too hard to really say it for now. That could be a lot of possibilities. Anyway, she stretched her hand out, palm aimed straight at the enemy. It responded almost like a parasite that had found a new host, emerging from its old one. And it turned into a single string of mist before Bismarck absorbed it with her hand. Ooh, that's creepy. It felt like nothing in her hand, like grasping smoke. Actually, you know what would be really scary? These undiscernible characters are actually all of the Iron Blood that's currently unconscious back at the base. And this wakes them up. That would be really creepy. Just as I thought, the sand isn't so tough. Gary, can you keep going? Good boy. If you're worried about me, don't be. I know to stop before I reach my limit. Simply shooting them should work if this is all they're made of. Time for the others to shine. Yeah, so I'm actually kind of curious about this now that I'm thinking about it. I was like, wonder if that's what I wonder if this is them. Like, this is all of the characters that are currently unconscious, and this is how they get woken up. Is the corruption is purified from them in that way. Unfortunate, but that would be a very interesting way to go about it, but there's no way we would know until later. Oh, auto's on. Because they needed hosts, apparently. So, like, that's what I'm sitting there thinking about now. It's like, what if it's them? Oh, man. That'd be an interesting way to do it, though. Not sure if that's what they would do. Could also be a side effect of something else completely. That is something I want to see how this, I want to see what if we get any answers on this. You were in the weirdest place. I mean, it's fine, but why are you up there? Why are you like this? Actually, it's a pretty good look. I like that loading screen, actually. That's a pretty good one. Yeah, definitely. There's definitely not been a lot of answers yet. We have a general. I have a general idea what this place is, but it doesn't explain why. I am kind of curious if Moon is related to this, though, because I feel like this is fitting for Moon, but I'm not sure if we know Moon, if we'll ever know Moon's power yet. Gary hugging the tower. Bolchi the blood. Oh no. We're in the middle of fighting. I just scroll over here and you see Bolchi over here doing her little spasm. The final degradation of the hole in the quote cube. I know there's the whole concept of the origin cube, and they have described like the black cube's effects on Bismarck and Algeria as if like a bunch of black ink or something. And if you look at the corruption on the characters right now, it does kind of look that way. You know, it's like this black kind of almost lightning effect on them. Hilariously enough, this stuff seems to almost behave like the parasite in Venom. I forget what it's called, but it feels kind of similar to that in a way. That Blucher smile. Yeah, Blucher do be that way. Is it just called Symbiote? No, that's Venom. Isn't that Venom himself? What was the other one? Carnage? Was it Carnage? I don't remember last time I watched it. I think it was Carnage. That one was not necessarily, you know, it didn't share the same relationship as Venom and Eddie. Well, I'm talking Carnage. I think that's its name. Not Venom, like the actual parasite Venom. I'm talking like the one more closer to akin to Carnage. Oh, and Riot, yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, like that kind of thing where it needed a host and everything. It's very similar, but I didn't want to say Venom because like Eddie and Venom kind of get along. Not entirely, but they somewhat do. That show was funny. No, not that one. That one's way older. That's not the one we're talking about. Yeah, that's what I meant was the actual that variant. I don't remember Venom. It's been so long, and I've only watched it once, so I don't actually remember anything about it. Yeah, it does kind of feel similar. Obviously, sound is not going to probably separate them. We are at max, whatever it's called. Corrosion. Should be safe. Let's move Bismarck over here. Run away! Probably don't need to do this still, but it's whatever. Well, maybe. I think some of my characters are in the 90s, so this probably actually is going to be a little bit tough for them. I think some of them are 90s. We're going to start pushing the rest of my ships, though, because some of them are like 90s to 100s. And these are 98, 99ers. Of course, I could just completely mitigate this by... What is it? By simply just giving them all the rest of the XP stuff I have. But I'd rather put that on other characters as I need them. Oh. That was obnoxiously bright. Oh, hello. Can I do this but not fly? I don't have fleet lock on it. No, fleet lock isn't a thing I can have yet, right? Yeah, okay. So there. Now it's impossible for them to get engaged. I wonder what happens in that case. Do they move? Because technically they don't have a... I need to see this. After this one, I need to attack the fleet below me. I need to see how the other ones behave. Do they actually move, or are they just going to sit still and be like, we don't have anything to move towards? What chapter are we on? We are on the second stage. Let me talk about this in a minute, by the way. So we're talking. There's a corruption in this particular. There's like a corruption style. I don't know what to describe this thing as. I guess parasite still works. That seems to behave that way. It's trying to it goes and tries to attach itself to others and like basically corrode and corrupt. Of course, Bismarck's Gary is capable of just saying no. So I'm not really sure like I kind of tied the two of them together, thinking that that could be a good way to relate them. So that's the only reason why. All right, let's see how this works. So in theory, they should move now, but since one of the fleets already tied up with this one, and the other one's going to be here, what happens to these 4 fleets? Oh, they don't move. They just don't move. Oh, wait, now we're giving the individual heads of the rigging names now. They'll move after the battle. Oh, really? They move every 2 moves, I think, if I remember correctly. Blue should be happy. Okay, they will move here. Okay, so let's try this now. Alright, let me make sure it is 2 moves. 1, 2. It is. Okay. So, 1, 2. Yeah, they just don't do anything. I like how the one of them is just R. They don't even have... There's nothing to pronounce, it's just R. What a shame. I probably don't even have the skin. I don't usually pay attention to it. The Ugly Sisters would be a thing. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, it doesn't necessarily... We don't necessarily know how far they're going to go with that, because right now it's still an experimental rigging. So they didn't move, so if we do this now... Oh, they just never move. Okay. Unless I have to take 2 turns to get to somebody, they're probably never going to move. You move engaged. Yeah, that's funny though. Or I guess that does make sense, because it basically is just like we have no one to chase, there's no reason for us to move. That's smart that they do that, that they don't actually make them just randomly move in a direction, because that would be a waste of time. And technically resources, although the resources isn't really a thing we're going to have to worry much about. So then they're just not going to move. Yeah, the next move's probably going to take me to get to that guy, so he'll probably move then. That is funny though. So if they have no target, they will not move. Like, so if both of the targets are occupied, they just say, nah, we don't gotta worry about it. It's like the oblivious. What is it? It's like the stealth mission where it's like somebody, one of the guards is taken out, and everyone's like, eh? What's that? Must have been the wind. Next guard gets taken out. Eh? Who's that? Must have been the wind. The last guard doesn't get taken out. He walks off the cliff by accident. Alright, let's see. He'll move here. Oh! Wow, so the timer is actually still running. He should have moved there. Let's see, so we fought that one here. That was the turn they should have moved. Then this was the turn where that's technically their off turn. Then it was this turn, which was when they should have moved. Hang on, are you actually gonna move? Okay, good. I was gonna say, I was like,
I was like concerned. I was like, did I break the AI or is it just it actually pays attention. So it's literally a case of when it's their turn to move, they'll scan for a target. If no target, they don't move, and that just counts as their turn. So it won't actually do anything. Granted, this knowledge is like literally useless. Because there's never gonna be a moment where you need to worry about that. But yeah, now that we got the corruption of them at level 5, well, it's not really indicative of what they're saying. You can't really tell them apart. They just kind of look like they're surging full of energy. Stealth mission in Blue Archive in a nutshell. Stealth mission in a lot of games with stealth systems in a nutshell. That's why it's a meme at this point. How to change your fleets for higher. Yeah, I mean that damage increase is not necessarily great. It's nice that they at least allow you one refresh, but it's not an infinite resource. Hello, Hornet. Experimenting is fun though. Oh yeah, it is. And then you realize you break the AI or a mechanic in the game, and you're just like, I'm gonna have fun with this. And then you turn into Let's Game It Out. That guy, whatever his name is. The guy who breaks so many games because it's funny. Yeah, this corruption system can definitely be a pain. That's his name, Josh. Gotcha. Alright, we probably have 3 runs to do here, and the last one's probably 4. But the lore shall continue. Mir C, Omega Phase. Bismarck, we've taken out most of those things. So did you get the answer to your theory? Unfortunately, no. But I didn't leave empty-handed. What I did learn is that those things are not sirens of any kind that we know of. They appear more to be rough projections of some sort of entity, but it's as if our psyches are trying to project them outright. Okay. Huh. I mean, we kind of had that general idea from a few of the descriptions they gave. While it's possible we're not designed to be able to perceive them, I fear they might be beings that transcend our cognition. Until we can shed light on their true form, I propose we call them Shades for now. That's a fair name. In any case, we should try to steer clear of them until we have a better idea of what we're up against. Projection. You've mentioned that before. Yes, think of them as the shadows cast off from light. There's one more thing to learn. Or there's one more thing I learned, and it's where we are in the Hourglass. So in short, the farther the Red Sea expands, the likelier we are into those manifestations of corruption. Damn those sirens, their schemes just get more and more convoluted, unless the corruption is somehow separate. What even is this corruption you keep talking about? Is it the reason why we've been having hallucinations? Very likely. The last battle all but confirmed it for me. Corruption is advanced corrosion of the whole. In other words, the energy of metamorphosis. The corrosion likely started to spread when Ulrich activated the Tower of Midgard, and has grown with each subsequent activation. When the corrosion reaches a critical threshold, those shades from before start to appear. This kind of feels like the, this kind of feels like Revelations of Dust kind of thing, where it's like the longer, the more pawns that are created, and the more out of control the infection is, the worse things get. Very similar in nature. Granted, very different systems. I mean, this is using this whole red-blue thing. instead of a bunch of pawns and the horsemen. But I'm wondering. It's kind of hard to say. I wonder if that's linked at all, though. There's some spicy stuff coming. Oh, okay, we'll see. Anyway, so let me get this straight. The Shades are an external corruption affecting the Sirens as well? Is that where the Sirens are trying to fight them off as well? That makes sense, which also explains why the Hermit's vessels were largely ignoring us earlier and focusing on the tower instead. They're most likely trying to destroy it to sever the source of the corruption. So now my question is, how'd the corruption get inside in the first place? Is this really an external attack on the Arbiter's mainframe? Yeah, that's like another thing. It's like, that doesn't make sense. Because it feels like this is just a completely unnecessary thing that the Arbiter is just going to have to deal with the entire time. It's just like, it's kind of like you buy a house, you set up your house in one location, and the longer you're here, the more you realize there's a leak in the basement and the entire place just starts flooding. And you have to keep dealing with it, but you don't bother to deal with where the leak comes from. That'd be like a really stupid thing. So this has to be an external bias of some sort, or external force here. Anyway. So my question is how the corruption gets out in the first place. If this is really an how is it ever going to reach that upside down city? That could have something to do with why we're brought here in the first place. Our initial assessment that this whole thing is a trap appears to be correct. But it wasn't a trap laid by the Hermit. The Arbiters themselves are being targeted. Really? Do you think the Ashes are behind it? Maybe it has something to do with that unidentified meta. Unlikely. Even with all the tools in their arsenal, that kind of conceptual attack isn't something I'd associate with the Ashes. It's still possible they're responsible, given that not all metas share the same goal. But if they wanted to spread corruption through repeated use of the gate, they wouldn't need our help to do it. Also, wouldn't that increase the chance of this becoming like another threat that the entire branch would deal with, in which case that's something they probably wouldn't want to happen? Because when you think about it, like LSC and Nair meta went to the catacombs to actually destroy those things and deal with it before it became a problem. So that kind of goes against the same, it kind of goes against that kind of idea. Granted, they may not have the same goals, but I still think they have they're still somewhat unified to a degree. They're just not 100% in agreement with everything. But I don't know. Maybe if Vestal is doing this, maybe it's a distraction to keep some of the Arbiters busy, so they're trying to get off of Enterprise meta, but I don't really know. With it being Vestal and Vestal's relationship with Enterprise, I guess that's a possibility. But that feels really weird. Anyway, but if they wanted to spread the corruption through the repeated use of the gate, they wouldn't need our help to do it. I'm more inclined to believe that, like us, they were also lured in here. Wait, Bismarck, it just dawned on me. The nightmares originated in our floating fortress, right? In other words, whoever it is that launched this attack against an Arbiter mainframe is somewhere out there in our world. I'm afraid so. At least their actions are disruptive enough to leave a lasting mark. Damn it, we need to get back there this instant. We still have allies out there who don't know about the dangers we might be facing. If there's anything you should have learned in my absence, is that the Ironblood will continue to move forward, with or without my will. From now on, we need to focus on escaping so that nobody else gets caught up in this plot. The longer we take, the stronger the Shades will get. But how on earth are we supposed to get out of here? We cannot use the Tower of Midgard any longer. Whoever set us up clearly factored our reliance upon the tower into the plans. It's hard to say what will happen once this entire Mirror Sea becomes a red zone, given what we currently know about its dangers. In any case, we need to keep moving, or perhaps not in the same way as before. This whole time we've been fixated on the Tower of Midgard as the singular, notable destination here, giving us the illusion that there's only one route. But I also had Gary searching for traces of the unknown meta during the previous battle. And believe it or not, there were no traces of meta energy. In other words, the unknown meta took a completely different path from us that does not go through the Tower of Midgard. Finding that path is the next crucial step we must take. Are you certain? I haven't seen anything that could possibly house something like the gate, other than the tower.
I wonder if this is related to what Bismarck did earlier, where she like put her hand on the orb and she saw something out in the like I don't want to say borderlands, but the edge. And when she shot at it, it kind of did a whole bunch of things there. Like a whole bunch of things happened there. I'm not sure. It seems very weird. At this point, this could be just about anything. So it seems, but remember, where we found Zuikaku and Aizen. They weren't in there. Did I miss the line here? Sorry, are you certain we haven't seen anything that could possibly house something like a gate other than the tower? So it seems we're just pretty much in there. The two of them blacked out inside the control center, yet Bismarck's party found them somewhere else entirely. Perhaps they were subjected to a hallucination and moved after losing consciousness, but that's all the more reason to investigate. Why does the dome projector in the control room display a specific image to everyone who sees it, while everyone else has their own individual nightmares? What I'm inclined to believe is that not all hallucinations come from the same source. Perhaps the hallucinations themselves are simply the way things are projected across this mirror sea. If the corruption can travel through the control room, it may also be a channel we can utilize. At the very least, it's worth investigating. That just leaves a whole bunch of questions I have now. That doesn't, okay. Huh. Can't say no for sure where this is trying to go. Probably one of the few times I've kind of liked this right now. This is actually a really nice loading screen. I like this one way more than I really should, probably. Alright. Really, who wants to spread it like Bomb? Maybe. My assumption at that point would be flickering light, but that'd be like I could see a flickering light character doing that. Because they're just insane people. And I would more than assume Bomb on Richard would be a flickering light as well. It's possible maybe we could have I mean, there's also my suspicion that Moon could be in Moon could be involved. It is so fast. Moon could possibly be involved here, but it still feels weird that there's this corruption mechanic, and that feels like that's more of a headache than what's necessary. Maybe there's this attempt to do an experiment, but that also feels weird because if they corrupt everybody here, that turns them into a bunch of metas, and I don't think that's what the Sirens want either. So this whole thing feels like all the parties I think we're involved that are here right now. So like we've been hinted at with Vestal. There's us. There's Arbiter. There's the Hermit here. I don't think any of them are involved in this, or the cause of this. It's kind of hard to say. So, sees a picture of tie hole shine. Oh gosh, don't remind me. Little tie holes coming. But that's kind of like what I'm thinking is like, it's hard for us to really pinpoint to who this is. That entire discussion about them being like, it can't possibly be the meta because the meta's not here. It feels weird for it to be an Arbiter because they're also being attacked by these things. So the only thing I could think of is it's a flickering light character, which can possibly be Bomb on Richard involved, and it wouldn't be unusual because she tries to spread the meta phenomenon to other ships, and that's very fitting. If Moon's power is centered around this kind of stuff, it's possible, but it feels like if this is what Arbiter Moon is trying to do, then that seems like that wouldn't. I don't think that would make sense because I feel like that would go against the primary directive of the Arbiters, or the directives of the Arbiters. What, there's gonna be a little tie hole. Yeah, there's a little tie hole. It's next week, I believe.
I'd like to see regular Bon Bon.
I'm actually curious if that would happen. Because I remember them saying she's too dangerous to replicate, but if she has this, I wonder if her having the safeguard would actually protect that. Things have changed with the loss of Compiler. Oh shoot, what was Compiler's job? All of like the original Sirens had roles that they played. I forget what Compiler's was.
Was she weapons development?
I don't actually remember what their roles were. I don't know if Latios is still here. Let me go message him real quick and ask him about it. I think she was weapons based. I think. It's weapons. I'll have to look it up later. I'm pretty sure it's weapons. There's so many of them now. I'm glad fast forward is a thing because that would take so long to do. Didn't she throw mist up the high stuff? That was an ability she had. It was even like that was actually called a weapon of hers too. Guilt punching bag. Oh. I'm waiting for someone to say being a waifu. Emitter is weapons based. I don't remember each and every one of the roles. I know one person took care of logistics, another person took care of facility and site construction. Okay, so Latias says compiler is data gathering. Tester is, well, name it implies what she does. Observer is the one that takes out all the information and reports it to 0. Purifier removes threats, and Omitter is an unknown. We could just simply say Omitter is being angry and reeing at things. Dork. Oh, you're still watching. I see. I don't know.
It's hard for me to necessarily know. I know people sometimes lurk. It's fine. I don't have anything against that. It's just it's hard for me to have to know if you're there or not. It's good though. It's good though, man. Gosh, now I'm reminded of that one, don't you know, Observer? You need to have all these rules for, you need to have a compiler to record all the data, whatever that was. Where was that again? That was, Hot About Dawn's Rhyme, wasn't it? I think that was Hot About Dawn's Rhyme. I forget which chapter that is. Oh, that's a good point. Omitter could just simply be trying to hide stuff. That would actually make a lot of sense because she just stayed up there in the Northern Parliament base, only coming out when the Northern Parliament wanted to bully her or call her a funny name. Or the one time where she decided to take on the Royal Navy and made a mistake. Then again, the Northern Parliament's like facilities were always weird. You had the Arcanist Sanctum, and then you had that one base in Northern Overture, which was literally like, I'm not going to do anything until you get close. It's literally like they're trying to hide stuff there, which makes sense because technically, I mean, we found one of them, and the Sirens really did not like them being there. The Sanctum.
Ooh, Avatar.
I'm a genius. Oh no!
Compiler is to have a really cute design.
I still remember when I did a poll for that, for which Siren was the most popular, and I remember it was originally Compiler in second place, and then I think Observer overtook her, which was kind of surprising. How close are you to 100? This is the 99 to 100 grind, so it's going to be, yeah, okay. Okay. Last run, and then we'll get more lore.
Another problem is just the Iron Blood, but considering their interaction with Siren Tech and the ratings.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Though the hilarity of it all now is the fact that they reject. So one of the core tenets of Azur is the rejection of the Siren technology because they believe it's not made for mankind. When ironically it is. So. Shrug. They're technically not. I mean, they're not really breaking the rule, but at the same time, they are. Who's first place? Really? Purity. Purifier. By a landslide. It was a landslide. It was like, she had like 20% over second place. Like, between first and second was like 20% of the votes. Like, and it was a considerable... Actually, let me see if I can I still find that... Let me see if I can find that poll, because I'm actually curious. It was a straw poll because YouTube didn't have polls set up back then. Let me go see if it's there. In my community channel, we'll scroll down a bit. It wasn't super old, but I remember it was super. There it is. It still exists though is the question. Oh, it does. Wow. By a guess, 9 months. It's a 9-month-old poll. Okay, so, oh, it's even worse. You know what? Here, let me just show you how this popularity poll among the sirens went. Let me zoom in for everybody so you can just see how one-sided this was. This had a total of 726 votes. You can clearly see who won. Which isn't surprising when you consider Purifier to be like the one character who would absolutely use like memes and references. Considering she would consider half the stuff Observer said to be cringe. So at this point, it was less so of Purifier and more of who was in second place. Which, like I said, it was Compiler for a considerable time, and then the Observer Simp Gang came out of nowhere and just destroyed Compiler. But this, compared to this, is not surprising. Oh man! All right, let's get through this. And her introspection made her popular. It wasn't even Tower of Transcendence. It was it was it the Gridman event or was it the other one? I think it was Gridman. Because people probably just associate Purity and Purifier to be the same characters, even though they're technically not. Yeah, like Purifier, like the reason why Purifier is going to be popular is because she herself is literally meme material. Like all of the other sirens, except for Omitter, for obvious reasons, are very cryptic, very contained on their emotions, unless they get absolutely surprised. Tester is one example of that. But like, then you have Omitter and Purifier. Omitter, you could tell her that her hair looks weird, and she will try to kill you. Or, as the Royal Navy did, they made fun of her giant little gun and said it was mostly a for show item, but she, of course, read at that. So she's the literal definition of like the character that reads in memes all the time. What does that mean? The like, it's like the weird pose that she's going like it's the WRRRRY meme. And then you have Purifier, who is literally just a walking meme lord. If it was not this event. Oh no, that's a different poll in its entirety. Because those are the Arbiters. I mean, they're sirens, sure, but that's a different group of sirens. Very, very, very different. Like, the best way to describe the reason why Purifier won that poll would be to simply say Purifier would look at that poll result, she would turn around and look at all of her fellow sirens, and then proceed to say skill issue to the rest of them. To which Omitter would try to literally deck Purifier in the face, and the rest of them would just be like, eh, whatever. That is the best way to describe Purifier and why she definitely is the one that won the poll. She would literally do that. Like, you have to have the one shit poster. I'm actually kind of curious where the Arbiters stand, because, like, I know a lot of people like the Arbiters, or like a handful of the Arbiters, but I wonder just how much this little happy, little smiling just how happy this certain creature is right here. I wonder if that is going to like heavily influence the popularity for the arbiters. Ansel is not an arbiter. Why are your ships moving so fast on the map? There is a feature on the so when you go to select what map you're going to play on, there's a little mini screen that pops up, or a little mini window. One of the options on that mini window is fast forward. But right before you hit OK to pick who's in your fleet, make sure that box is checked. That checkbox is active, and then you'll be able to move that fast. Speak of the devil. Ha 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 ha. The devil that was in Yorktown event, it was just a Vestal, right? Not the main unit. I don't remember. She was responsive, so I don't think it was a Vestal, because it actually was like, it actually talked and whatnot, and actually felt like it had a personality, rather than just being a simple Vestal pawn, which was emotionless and didn't do much. I'm actually kind of curious. Maybe that's one of the. Well, we need to see the remaining arbiters first before we have a poll about that. To be fair, I actually would not mind seeing Purifier being a secretary. You log into Azur lane for the day, Purifier just like screams expletives at you. Where the heck have you been? Except she would actually drop the F-bomb. Like, that'd actually be really funny. Like, all the sirens are as secretaries. I feel like it's gonna... The popularity poll that I had, those results there, it's probably gonna be that roughly that percentage of people are gonna have Purifier, and they're gonna log in, and she's just gonna scream at them as soon as they're in. Alright, I gotta be clever here, because we got ourselves a blockade going on. Actually, you here... We played him like a fiddle, chat. Do I care much for this? Not really. Doesn't seem to be impacting me too much. April Fool's event next year, AL Siren Edition. Oh, that would be funny. Your entire dock is just replaced with all of the sirens. PvP just becomes a game of who's gonna put what arbiter on next. Be like probably. Who's PvP just turns into which Purifier roasts the other Purifier better. That would be really funny, actually. That's basically like both of the Purifiers assemble and just start having a Yo Mama contest or something. Do you realize how many minutes of research time you wasted by not logging in the past hours, you idiot? Purifier second. Nah, I feel like that would be more of an observer or a tester thing. I don't think Purifier cares about research. Purifier does not seem like the studious type. She probably is just more like... She's the type of character that literally would just want to be, like, going around blowing things up. Like, that's my general understanding of Purifier. She just wants to be the one that does the thing. She wants to push the button. That's pretty much what that would be. So both wielding
The keys in the eye vacuum rounds. Oh, that's great. Anyway. Why are you reading the Lord, you nerd? Yeah, she would say that. Or something along the lines of just don't start reciting what Observer would said, otherwise you're actually cringe. Mirror C, Omega Phase. The control center is ahead. Ulrich, I'll need your help. Organize and I'll take command while I'm gone. Secure the Tower of Midgard and make sure the control room is safe. Me? But... Alright. I'll do as you say. Tower of Midgard, control center. The two stepped into the command center. The projector dome's surface still continued to reflect the annihilated Ironblood fleet. Is this why you kept everyone away? Yes, sometimes even fiction is not meant for everyone's eyes. Yeah, even if we rationally know something is to be false, it'd be harder to avoid having our emotions compromised. Yeah, not everyone's gonna take the same visual well. Not a bad call there. The last thing I think we would want 556 to see is Bismarck in this situation, like this. She'd probably snap again. Alright, time. Hey, HYT, how are you? You brought me because I've already experienced this once, so it won't have the same effect on me, right? Well, it probably will still affect you, it's just you're gonna be more resilient to it. That's not the only reason I brought you. Remember the other nightmares you told me about before? The Black Sun, the tower calling out to you, Friedrich lying dead in the water. Out of those three, only two were purposely meant to spur you into action. The third one with Friedrich is the odd one out. If anyone else here had seen it out of the dome, they'd immediately dismiss it as fake. And yet it showed it to you. It even showed it to me. It showed it to you? It did. When I had that same nightmare, I caught a glimpse of what's controlling it. That's when something happened. As soon as I tried to attack it in the nightmare, that Arbiter vessel began attacking us in reality. In other words, the nightmare on this screen is connected to the Mirror C, and that's right. In fact, what we have here might not be a nightmare at all, but rather a stable space that can be entered, exited, and manipulated. Which brings me back to a conclusion both Zuikaku and Queen Elizabeth reached independently. Mirror C's seem to be malleable through conceptualization. We've seen this already. Again, with Revelations of Dust, as well as the what's it called? Violet Musashi event. I'm just gonna call it that because I forget the title of that one. So both of those kind of had concepts in play. If this Mirror C shares a similar property, as long as we grasp this Mirror C's framework, we should be able to use the concept of an hourglass to direct us to the throat. I'm going to try something. During this time, I'll have no way of knowing what is taking place around me. Wake me up if we're under attack or if I've been inside for too long. Alright then, get yourself killed. Bismarck reached out to touch the screen, and the scenery in front of her rippled like the surface of the lake. In an instant, the boundary between reality and dream blurred together once more. Okay. Alright, on to the one. Oh, no, this is a special one. Oh. Hello. Hello, you. Hello, you. So yeah, for those that are wondering when my ship's moving fast, right here, right above the oil cost is a little thing. Click that. You're good to go. Sad time. Oh no. Sandy Meta, why are you here? Why is it Sandy Meta? The air wafting above the ocean was still hot and rancid, irritating the nostrils. Bismarck rose to her feet and slowly looked around her. Gary rumbled with a hint of mechanical sorrow, whipping up a gale in its steel wings to clear the surrounding smoke and flame. There in front of him lay a lifeless phantasm in the image of Bismarck's sister. Tirpitz. One of the dragon rigging's 3 heads brushed up against her hand, as if telling her to snap out of it. Don't worry, I know none of this is real. I know it isn't, but still. Yeah, that's still not gonna be something that's comforting to see. Or it definitely is gonna be disheartening. Bismarck took a deep breath before turning around and mounting her rigging. Gary's... You know, I'm thinking about this now. As much as I hate to think this thing is canon, Enterprise in the anime, like the first one that was kind of weird at the time, Akagi and Enterprise both had this kind of dream where everything was just devastated. I wonder if this is somewhat similar to that, which makes me wonder what led, you know, Akagi had this weird... It's clear something affected Akagi. She saw the destruction of the Sakura Empire. I wonder if this was the condition. But it seems odd. Like, is this how Akagi was shown the destruction of the Sakura Empire, or was it compiler? So the anime is right. Well, the anime has made some things canon. Am I fond of all of those? Does it mean everything is canon? Not necessarily. But it does make me wonder if her and Enterprise both seeing the absolute destruction of everything is because of compiler, or it's because of whatever weird thing causes this. Akagi knows because the Sirens literally gave her the script of how history went. Oh, okay, so probably like a compiler situation then, Mario. Okay. That would make more sense to me, because this would be weird, and that would definitely make the Alliance be... Actually, that makes a lot more sense. The Alliance would make more sense there. So then they probably did the same thing for Bismarck too. So this is probably a different experience in its entirety. Never mind then. So, anyway. Bismarck took a deep breath before turning around and mounting her rigging. Gary's wings flapped and his engines fired, and the two gradually rose from the water's surface. Let's do what we came here for. Clear the mist and show us the way forward. The wall of black mist along the outer border of the nightmare receded before the dragon's storm. I don't see the aircraft from before, but there indeed is a path forward. Who was that? I believe that's Vestal meta. To answer your question there, Aiden. Sorry I didn't see that immediately. Bismarck followed through the path into the mist opened by Gary. The deeper she went in, the more the boundaries of the sea seemed to expand, seemingly reaching a scale of unfathomable proportions. After what felt like ages, a light finally appeared in front of her. Sensing the significance of this discovery through his owner's excitement, Gary let out a low growl and accelerated in the direction of the light. This must be the way to the Hourglass's throat. Without a hint of hesitation, Bismarck rushed directly through the light. Not only in the nightmare, but also in reality. Wait, what? Ah, wait, no, this song, wait. That song's copyrighted. It's a good song, but it's copyrighted. How do you know it's copyrighted? Azur Meta got hit with it. They hit him for a copyright strike on that. Or, not a claim, not a strike, sorry. A claim. I forget what that song is called, but it plays at the end of Parallel Superimposition. It's a really good song if you haven't heard it. Unwelcome port time? No, I don't want to do it. Unwelcome port. Oh gosh, is there a way you can mix Unwelcome School and the NY Harbor music at the same time? Why is that song playing? Probably because Vestal.
I'm assuming Vestal is involved here. So let me, I guess, do we want to put equally sad music but make it more Iron Bloody because I can? I feel like chat's gonna be like, no, please do not play that song. Don't play it. Don't play it. I can't see chat. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Chat's like, no. There you go, chat. I need to make sure I have this so that way it plays. So the music's gonna be, or all the noises. Actually, no, I can just do this for now. I don't want to do that though. Never mind. Let's just do this. Let's just. We're not gonna have any actual in-game sound for now, just so that way I can see if it changes when we leave this place. It's okay, guys. We have this. We have type 2. We have type 2. It's fine. But I wonder if he's made any new tracks recently. This person has a YouTube channel, but I don't know if he uses it as much. I know he does a whole bunch of other tracks as well, but I don't know if he's done much with it recently. Opening old wounds, Hawk. Are we opening up old wounds? She's fine. She's with us right now. I can't stop my the Iron Blood mains all be crying in chat right now. Me over here is not Iron Blood main. Lol. You're gonna turn U556 even more meta with this. If you don't know, oh yeah, that meme. The in-game song is actually only the instrumental version, if that makes a difference. I think it does. I don't know. I don't want to risk it. As much as I like that song, I don't want to risk it right now. I want to assume it's okay, but the reason being is because I'd rather have to sacrifice in-game tracks so that way you guys can hear the dialogue here. So if someone asks a question at this point, and it's a pretty good question, I would like people who are watching the archive to hear the answer to that. Or if I don't know the answer, maybe Latios does. Now I'm doing the thing now where I'm in my mind, I'm thinking Latios or Latias. And I'm getting crisscrossed on that. Which on the Yorktown sisters do you like the most or put in for? Ooh. That is a good one, actually. Unfortunately, it's not Enterprise. Yorktown's the sweet, like this really sweet one. Whereas Hornet's way more of the go-getter type. But she also has her more vulnerable side too, which is this song is not looping. Is that gonna loop now? Yeah, it's looping now. So it's one of those things where gonna embrace the meme of Keanu crying at the dinner table by himself. What did he eat? I don't even remember what he was eating. He was eating like a full meal with wine, and with like a glass of wine or something. Yeah, I would between the three interclass, what Enterprise or Yorktown class is actually the correct one. Between the three of them, Enterprise, as fortunately, is probably last. It's a hard toss-up between Yorktown and Hornet, though. I do like how Hornet's a very go-getter type. She does have her vulnerable side, which does kind of... It's not a bad thing. I need to not have you there because I don't want you to get put into a fight, if possible. I think I'll give it to... I'm going to say it's a close tie, but I'm going to give it to Yorktown. So Yorktown first, Hornet second, Enterprise third. I silently pull Carrie into a... Where is that now? Hold up. We need to go look at that. Hold up. Lanius, I don't think you know about this, but you remember in Parallel there was the bug with Memphis's hug thing. I decided to embrace that, and I have my comment is in here saying that. Where is it? The 284 people. It's at 284 people. It's also on Amagi. That's funny. Oh man. All right. I got the information I needed out of that. Oh boy. Yeah, U556 gonna need something like that. A few people left that same comment on the Amagi server. I'm not surprised. It's kind of a memed thing, isn't it? Like, I know people were pointing it out all over the place. I think we had a few people talking about it in the lore channel on my server. I think ALO had a few people talking about it. Ladius, you could definitely you would know. But it's one of those things where it's like, despite it being a bug, it actually was a pretty funny one. Vestal as a meta makes a lot of sense. Historically, I'm assuming maybe I would not be able to give you a solid answer there. I don't know if you wanted this in part 1 when Bismarck was saying I know what happened. I confirm that is how it's supposed to be. Oh, no. I double checked it. I pulled up the wiki's version as well. And I was just looking at multiple places to see if it actually was or not that. And I actually did suspect that at first. But once I pulled up the wiki and I saw that it was doing it as well, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Never mind. It's fine. But no, on the Ian side for parallel superposition, Memphis really needed that hug. And I actually kind of wish they did like a they kind of did a CG for that. I don't know. It would definitely hit pretty hard. Shows they want to be at Enterprise's side. Yeah, it's understandable. Memphis I still don't trust. She's framework or logic, isn't she? She's probably she's one of the metas that you should be able to trust without a problem. I think. Wait, is she Ashes or is she framework? I forget. I want to say she's framework. I know what happened. I suddenly pulled U556 into a hug. That wasn't even the conversation. Like, she wasn't in that conversation. That was Ulrich. She is framework. Yeah, so like, if there's any meta... Oh. I'm not gonna let it go. I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I have to be cautious. I want to lower this so it's not as obnoxiously loud for us. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to click that. Let's see. When the blinding light faded, Bismarck opened her eyes once more to an apocalyptic hellscape. Beneath dilapidated
Is that how that's supposed to be? Is that really how that's supposed to be spelled? Am I having a stroke here? Is it a T or is that an alternate spelling? Hold up. Wait, it's an alternate spelling? Huh? No, that doesn't sound right. It's gotta be one or the other. That doesn't make sense. Hold up. What are you telling me here? Oh, okay, no, okay, no, it is D. Never mind. Dilapidated. Or, bleh. English skills are dying. You need no, I don't want any more English. I deal with enough of that already. I also hate the language because it's so inconsistent. My best example is still I before E except after C, and then I say in quotes, weird, unquote, isn't it? I hate I love and hate the language at the same time. Anyway, half submerged beneath the water, she saw the lonesome figure of a person. Oh. She was clad in religious attire, her back turned towards Bismarck. Her melancholic features were reflected on the water by the ashen sun. Scattered around her were a number of glistening gemstone-like objects. Gary! Who is that? Bismarck signaled for Gary to stand down, approaching the girl alone. Even as the girl's face came clearly into view, Bismarck's attention was instantly drawn to the objects around her. Wisdom cubes? A number of shattered wisdom cube fragments lay scattered around the girl, appearing like gemstones at a pawn shop in the distance. Why did this have to happen? No, Vestal! The clothes don't look too tattered. Well, okay, there's a hole right there. Never mind. I take that back. I was completely useless. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, Vestal's gonna need a hug. You're the ones fighting on the front lines, so why is it that I get to live on? Oh, does she have is this survivor's guilt or whatever they call that? I think this is survivor's guilt. You were supposed to get better. My job was to ensure that all of you survive. But I failed, and now I'm the only one left. What point is there to go on without you? No, maybe there's still time. I've gathered up this many pieces of you already. Oh my gosh. I just need to put you back together in the right order. I will bring you back even if nothing of your old selves remain. The muttering woman suddenly fell to her knees and started scrabbling together the glittering fragments as if possessed. What's the matter? What happened here? The woman ignored her. Though blood dripped from her hands, that did not stop her search for more glimmers of hope. This is not a phantasm, she's real. Is she a ship girl who's been trapped in this place? Excuse me, I need to talk to you. Bismarck gestured to Gary, and the dragon let out a roar in an attempt to rouse the girl. Her expression cleared for a moment. Then the girl blinked and slowly turned to face Bismarck. Her tragic expression changed to a look of surprise, if only for a moment. AL, calm down. This was once one of the largest, most prosperous cities. Now it is nothing more than rubble beneath your feet. Over there is NY Port. On the other side is where some of the world's most renowned architecture once stood. Oh, this is NY Port. Wow. Okay. So this must have been when everything was really going downhill at the...
I will put you back together. Oh no.
I never thought I'd see another ship girl touring this place. Pleased to meet you. I am repair ship Vestal. I am battleship Bismarck of the Iron Blood. I take it you're a meta. That I am, yes. Why are you here? I could ask you the same. What brought you to this place? I'm trying to save my comrades. Your comrades? Not yourself? Vestal reached forward and gently placed her hand on Bismarck's rigging. So that's why you're unlike the others. Her curiosity piqued. Vestal stood up and looked intently into Bismarck's eyes. You're hanging in there, but you must know that it's only a matter of time. I know. Shh, just listen to my diagnosis for now. The wisdom cube constituting your hull has undergone severe corrosion. So severe that there are no known means to restore it to its original state. But you are capable of shifting that concept of Bismarck into an external augmented hull to avoid damage to your own cube. Am I correct? How do you know all that? Simple. I too am not the same person I used to be. It's an ingenious idea, but as long as you keep fighting, the corruption will continue to consume your hull. No matter how cautious you are, it'll only get worse. Vestal gently caressed the steel beast. Gary slightly lowered his head like an animal comfortable with being stroked.
Gary is getting pet pats right now.
What are you doing? Gary, a warrior, but also a kind-hearted cattle herder. What a lovely name. His 3 concepts suit him perfectly, too. I reinforced his frame a little to allow him to endure as much corruption as possible. Don't worry, this treatment is free. Not just that, you also made him run smoother. Is this your unique power as a meta? Now I assume you have other questions for me. Not to be rude, but have you realized that this place is an illusion? Thanks to you. This is a vision produced by the Tower of Midgard, no? I sensed something was wrong with the tower, so I came to investigate. Unfortunately, that's how I ended up here. Good, we're on the same page then. How do you plan to get out? I don't have a plan at the moment. I can't fix the distortion at the root of this mirror sea, much less break out of it on my own. My allies surely would know what to do, but on my own I'm helpless. If I could just contact them, maybe they could come and rescue me. But for the time being, we're on our own. What if I offered to help you? I see no reason to refuse. But just so we're clear, I am not one of the Ashes. I overheard your conversation earlier, and apologize for the confusion. Meaning you're the unidentified meta whose signal we picked up. Indeed I am. I wish I could tell you where Friedrich is, but I do not know. At least this saves us time in getting you up to speed. I'm guessing you know what's at the throat of the Hourglass, too? You mean the Upside-Down City. Did you see it as well? In all its glory, do you mean what the tower in the middle of it is? Or do you know what the tower in the middle of it is? I suspect it's the Mirror Sea's control device.
Oh, really? It's not a data... It's not one of the Sirens' data towers?
With all due respect, why didn't you investigate it when you had the chance? We only just figured out this place is structured like an hourglass. Back then, we didn't know it was important. But we were so focused on the Tower of Midgard, we assumed that was our key to getting out. But the tower itself is part of the trap, and using it only causes us to sink deeper into it. And so you went diving into hallucinations looking for answers, just like me. Actually, I've already developed a theory before coming here. I could explain it, though the details might be lost on you if you're not up to date on the Sirens. By all means, let's see. I was going to say,
I'm pretty sure she knows more than you. I'm pretty sure she knows a lot more than you do, Bismarck.
Oh my goodness. Okay, by all means, let's hear it. Alright, to start with.
Aw, come on. Just kidding.
Using the power of concepts to move between dimensions, similar to the corruption. I thought only Helena could do something like that. Helena? Oh, just thinking out loud. Your theory seems fairly sound. If you can analyze the structure of an illusion, then the illusion itself can be considered a pathway of sorts. Given the proper methods, it is not only consciousness that can pass through, but perhaps even matter. The very thing that keeps us trapped is also our key to escape. Yes, well put. You passed through 2 sets of visions on your way here, did you not? Following the trail of visions may actually lead us to the Hourglass's throat. But first, would you please show me back to the vision of your origin? Of course. Gary, send us back. Oh, hi, Vestal. But we have to fight her first. Alright. Gary the Uber driver. Your Uber has arrived. Yes, yeah, that was something I was pretty sure was happening, was because if it's supposed to be somewhat similar to Type 2, then it's probably bound by the same rules, meaning that the damage was not reversed, and the sheer amount of the sheer amount of damage that she took alone from the blast in Scherzo, it's probably not something that she could undo, especially with how severely it hurt. Oh, she's just retreating. The ships. Your backup has a... Oh, I could chat again. Oh, did you type too fast? No. Why did you not? Latius, I have no idea why you had issues there, because it doesn't look like you did. Like, I know YouTube automatically silences you if you spam too much, but I don't see anything here, so I don't know what happened. Weird. She has partnerships with her. It's great. Oh, yeah. All right, I think we're safe. Let us get past this node, and I'll make sure I'll turn the sounds back on, and we can kill the old song. Actually, let's see. Hey, we're back. After the blinding light faded, a new illusion appeared in front of Bismarck. This time, a group of ship girls were breaching the enemy line to the peal of roaring cannons. I've lost contact with Thuringen's squadron, Lady Friedrich. Things are looking dire. We won't last much longer. The time isn't right. We must keep fighting. They're surrounding us. Intercept them. Here I thought you'd at least come prepared. What a joke. Oh, wow. Hello, Hermit. Disappear. One by one, the members of Friedrich's fleet were engulfed by continuous, overwhelming artillery fire. You've been shaken by this vision. No. I'm thinking about how these visions seem to be connected. Okay, I think this has given me an idea to something. Were these visions truly fabricated, or are they based on reality? Maybe not necessarily of this timeline, but another one. It's not impossible. Originally, these visions were just a way for sirens to store information. Some of their contents are from simulations run by the mainframe, while others are records from actual events in the experimental field. Later on, the sirens would go on to weaponize these visions just as they did with all technology at their disposal, much like the Mirror Seas. Yep, compiler does this. So this is likely... Huh. So now the question is, how does Shinano's, for those that aren't really thinking about this, Shinano has the ability to see these kind of things. So it's interesting how unique her existence is. she has to have some kind of a direct link that allows her to access these, even if she may not necessarily know what the like how to control it or how to do anything with it. Yeah. Latius might be able to explain this better than I do. Maybe. But no, when you think about Shinano and being able to see the, you know, the few times that and during her event where she was able to see those individual bits and pieces, you could probably say that this is very similar. So wherever this stuff is housed, maybe Shinano has a connection to that. And that is kind of something that makes her unique, and it makes sense because I think that was something that Akagi and Observer were talking about. Shinano has the Wi-Fi password for the sirens. Shinano is the hacker man. Or hacker fox. Hacker floof? Hacker floof. They're trying to run simulations without clear data. Potentially, yeah. But these also aren't necessarily, like, it's not necessarily a simulation, because technically what some of the stuff that compiler shows at the end of Rondo at Rainbow's End, where she's showing like how some of these ships literally had their last moments. You know, some of those things technically did happen historically. So they may actually be realistic or like actual records. It's just, would they happen in a timeline where something like this has happened, where the sirens have caused everything to be different? You know, it's kind of one of those things where it's like the sirens, like probably the most intrusive thing to the entire history of this particular branch was the sirens coming in and doing what they did in the first Siren War. It's probably the most intrusive thing here. Why did you remind us of that scene? What do you mean? The compiler, like the last... Which one? Like the Saratoga one, I'm guessing? Crossroad? Yeah. I think it's just with YouTube again. Oof, that's unfortunate. Is it me? I should double check. Nope, excellent connection. I'm sure it'll be fine. So it's probably just that one. It's probably just XP, which happens. Anyway, what was I saying? I think we already did this one. Or they could be things that happened in other branches. Exactly. A keen observation. I didn't expect you to ask me a question from this angle. What if I were to tell you yes? All the more reason not to dwell on it. Getting back on topic, assuming these visions are all connected through temporal continuity. Wasn't putting those two words together. I suspect that we're seeing them in reverse order. Oh, I see what you... Yeah, probably. So if my theory about traveling through the concepts is correct, following these visions should lead us to their source. Indeed, we might already know the way to move backwards. You mentioned something earlier about a black aircraft beyond the mist, yes? I think I have an idea of where to find it. If I remember right, it should be this way. Let's go, Gary. Bismarck engaged her engines and followed the vision's foggy boundary line. Gary flapped its wings to create another blast of wind, its movements seemingly smoother and more flexible than before. The obscuring veil, I guess is the proper one. I'm thinking the other one. Parted to reveal multiple jet black siren aircraft. The instant they spotted Bismarck, they scattered and began to flee. You're not getting away this time. Gary! There's no need for that. I already know whose planes those belong to. Is that Hermit? Is that Hermit or is that somebody else? The only other person I could think of would be Devil, who has our support drones, or it could be a new person. They belong to an Arbiter. Arbiter the Devil. Got it! The Devil's watching.
It's the devil.
The devil, not the hermit? We're dealing with not one but two arbiters now? I'm afraid we'll need to gather more intel. First, though, the way out of the vision is open. Let's get out of here.
The devil is here? It's not unlikely.
After passing through the light again, Bismarck once again found herself in front of the Tower of Midgard and the inverted city in the sky. This isn't where we're supposed to be. It must have taken a wrong turn. Are we still dreaming? This doesn't feel real to me. We're not. I can confidently say that this is reality. But why did we end up here? Outside interference? Or is the corruption affecting Bismarck's world? Don't worry about your allies. We'll meet up with them soon. There it is. This place is where Hermit's mainframe is.
Oh, so it is Hermit.
So the devil's watching this. I see. There's no mistaking it. The Mirror Sea, the upside-down city, has that massive tower. That's it. We must have been sent here by someone who wants the mainframe destroyed. Perhaps so. One thing is for sure. Your presence here has made attacking the mainframe much easier. Oh, I've regained connection. I can talk to my allies again. That must mean the tower still hasn't gained full control of this place.
Ah, our neutral party. Or ally, we don't know yet. Seems more neutral at the moment.
After breathing a sigh of relief, Vestal punched a number and a code into her communicator. Helena, can you hear me? Vestal, thank goodness you're alive. Where are you right now? What's your status? The good news is, I'm in the Mirror Sea that houses the Hermit's mainframe. As for the bad news, matters have gotten complicated. Bismarck is here, and we've spotted aircraft belonging to the Devil. The Devil, as in Arbiter 15, correct? Yes, I don't know why she's here, but it's a very bad sign. I'll send you all the intel I've gathered now while I still can. There's no telling how long this connection will remain stable. Deep breaths, Vestal. Let me just... There, I got your intel. That's an interesting quandary. There's a whole Ironblood fleet out there? How'd they get in? Hang on, I'll send you some data of my own. It'll help you out of the situation you're in. Puff, okay. I've received your data. Wait, how is that possible? The Devil already has full knowledge of the Ashes' movements? We don't know for sure, but we have to work under the assumption that she does.
I mean, she's kind of the... She's not meant for direct combat, so her working more in the background as like an intel gatherer makes a lot more sense.
We've already sent a rescue team after you, but I'm afraid the place you're stuck in is impossible to infiltrate from the outside. The only way I can help you is by hacking the Mirror Sea to your benefit. The Hermit has a vessel stationed near her mainframe. Find and destroy it as soon as you can. In the meantime, I'll do whatever I can. Okay, I'm on it. I'm sorry about all this. I shouldn't have sent you there. Don't apologize, I'll be okay. Who was that? Helena, our old reliable. I'm sure you have many questions, but let me cut to the chase. First and foremost, Friedrich is alive and well. She and the Ashes are currently engaging the Hermit.
Oh, well, okay, then she should be somewhat okay.
Somewhat okay.
Metas should be somewhat on par with Arbiters, so while they may not be in-game, they are story-wise. So Friedrich should be fine, and all the other girls with Friedrich should be also okay, or at least somewhat stable. While she was away, another Arbiter, the Devil, infiltrated her mainframe. As for why'd she do that, I cannot say. All I know is she's causing damage to the Hermit while the latter is pinned down by the Ashes. Causing damage to her? Are you saying there's infighting between the Arbiters? No, not infighting. All the Arbiters are Zero's sub-programs. They would never turn on each other in the conventional sense. But that may change if there's a special experiment involved. In any case, this is the first time we've ever witnessed something resembling conflict between Arbiter programs. That is a good point. That is something that could be pretty big. But it seems like that's going to be more on a case-by-case scenario when an extreme circumstance arises. The reasons for why they're doing this are unknown, though, because generally the Arbiters have been focused on have been trying to be very indirect or more in the background than the other Sirens. So this is a very different stance here. Yeah. Very possible. There also could be other things involved here, so this may not necessarily be conflict. Maybe somebody else has been having some issues here. I also know Tower and the Devil were both involved in parallel superimposition, so I'm not necessarily sure if the Devil is just watching Tower or anything. It's kind of hard to say. Wasn't Devil more of a special case as an Arbiter? She's not a direct fighter. She's more of a support style Arbiter. She's not based to be, or she's not designed to be in the front lines, more the backliner. In a way, she's the main fleet, not the vanguard. But the Devil, there could be more with the Devil than we can see. There may be something else involved too. We're not entirely sure. Whatever her reason, it works in our favor. Won't we be rid of the Hermit for good if her mainframe is destroyed? If only it were that simple. Should that be the case, the Arbiters would have been wiped out a long time. Would have been wiped out long ago. This is but one of many mainframes, and we have no way of knowing how many she has or where they are. Oh.
That makes a lot of sense. Don't rely on just one, have multiple. Because if one goes down, all they have to do is turn on another one.
So the Arbiters are like cats with multiple lives. Or not, cats don't have to have that many lives. You know what I mean. The rumor about the 9 lives thing. Also, that sucks. I want to believe, though, that if the mainframe is wiped out here, then Tower might get control of this region. Yeah, that would explain why there isn't too much of a response to a bunch of constant and a meta being here. Maybe there's a bit of a defense to kind of be like, hey, what are you doing here? What's going on here? What are you doing? But the corruption part is the weird angle. It doesn't seem like something the Devil would do, unless there's something more complicated than this. I'm not sure yet. Anyway. However, if you're only interested in obtaining or tampering with certain pieces of information, invading the mainframe certainly is the most efficient method. At least that's what Helena suspects. Then it's the Devil behind all this? The nightmares, the weaponization of hull corrosion, and the vision of Friedrich we saw just before? That doesn't make sense. That would not make sense to me, even under a special experiment. Because I think the last thing the Sirens want is for any of the girls that are in here to turn meta. Because that would just be more metas that they're going to have to deal with. That doesn't make sense unless that is the purpose of the experiment, is to see if they can create metas. I'm not sure. Actually, some of those things are parts of the Hermit's arsenal, which may signify that the Devil has begun to gain control of the mainframe. But why? As for the use of meta corruption, this has only been observed in relation to the Devil. Oh, so the Devil has this ability? Okay, so there is that would mean that there is an ability that the Devil has that we didn't know about from Parallel. Okay. That is what that is telling me, is that the Devil did not tell us everything.
Maybe that has something to do with the Devil's current condition. Okay, there's more to this.
There's another layer here.
Oh boy. That's speculation, and even we can't say for sure in one way or another. Ultimately, her presence here isn't entirely beneficial to us. If we were to bump heads with her, we stand no chance of winning. Her Vestals are a different story, though. We can defeat those if we work together. That much I already know. I ran into one of the Hermit's vessels earlier, and took care of it. But since she only sent a vessel, she mustn't be too alarmed by us being here. Pardon, you fought one of the Hermit's vessels? Yeah. Is that a problem? Well, no, like you said, it just means she doesn't consider you a serious threat. At any rate, it's time we reunited with your allies. Let's get moving. Alright, by the way, what you said about my rigging earlier. I know, I won't tell them about it. Okay.
Oh! More hexadecimal.
Let me see if I can...
Is that just the devil? Yeah, that's literally just the devil. Hey, if you wanted to see. For those that want to see this. So here. It's just a simple converter here. So for those that don't necessarily know, whenever you see something like that, you can do hexadecimal to ASCII and that'll tell you exactly what it is. So that's pretty much all this is. I like base 64.
Alrighty. Let's get back to business. I had an internal some error, so I hope this one works. Internal server error?
Oh.
Uh, 105 is the average. Alright, let's get everybody to 99. That'll be a fine.
I'm definitely not gonna have enough for this.
Who else is not 95? Z1 is not. You're probably fine being under. I'll get you at least to that because you're from there.
There, that's fine. I can at least somewhat mitigate some of the damage. The reason I want to at least get him to 99 is so the level difference isn't too high between the individual unit. And because the corrosion effect's going to increase the damage taken, and the level difference increases the damage taken. So that's going to be one big oof if I have them too low leveled. I have no healing, so this might be... I might have to keep an eye on this. Anyway, sometime later in the Tower of Midgard's control center. The hell, who are you? Forgive me, you couldn't have anticipated my arrival. I am Vestal, though not the Vestal you know. Well met, Hourglass. She's the unknown meta we were searching for before. Ulrich, gather everyone. I'll explain what we're going to do next. Oh, I want to see... I actually kind of want to see if Gneisenal has any reaction to Vestal. I don't know if that's going to be a thing or not. Anyway, the devil wants the Hermit's power, so she called us here and crippled the mainframe using her corruption. And to get out of here, we'll need Helena Meta to hack the mainframe for a while. Seems the Arbiters are so despicable they started fighting each other. Hey, just be happy we didn't have to duke it out with one of the kingpins. In fact, it doesn't seem like either of the two have plans on annihilating us. As much as I don't like the idea of running with our tails between our legs, I'll do anything just to get out of this place. Yes, and since the Devil's attention is on seizing the control of the Mirror Sea, she should leave us alone for the most part. She probably isn't going to like you doing anything with the terminal. That said, I don't think we can just walk out. Her aircraft still pose a threat to us. Especially so, considering her arsenal of support aircraft is the most advanced out of any Arbiter or Siren, period. Yeah, Dr. Allison renaming the Arbiters after the Arcana tarot cards might have been a mistake if the Devil is going rogue. I don't think it's them going rogue. I don't know. There could be an external... She said something about a condition, which makes me think she's been affected by something. Which means there might be something else causing this. That's why I said if. I don't know. This seems... I don't think it's her necessarily going rogue. There could... Vestal has made it sound like there's something else to this besides simply just sirens doing siren stuff or an experiment of sorts. It sounds like it could be something worse. Not entirely sure myself, but we'll have to see if that's an answer. That's a question for later.
Which one to bet that BHR is controlling the Devil?
Possibly. We don't necessarily know. Because like what I'm thinking about is, in Revelations of Dust, there was the concept of the infection. The infection is something that spreads. We have observed that in the pawns through the Revelation of Dust event. However, it's something that's not necessarily unknown of among Consent. And that was with Balmon Richard doing it to other characters. What makes me wonder is, if the sirens are made essentially of something similar, they use the cube to create the weapon, then what's to say that that very thing cannot happen to them as well? Now that I really think about this. Because I believe in parallel superposition, Oust was talking about that. He was basically saying that the sirens, that he used the same exact foundation or the founding principles of the concept to create the sirens. The only difference is that they can be constantly reproduced and a whole bunch of other things. What's to say that the very thing that affects consent can't affect sirens? So there is a good chance that that could be the case here, and it sounds like that might be something she's trying to imply. Granted, this is the EN side, so I don't necessarily know if all the other instances agree or not. But we'll have to see if that's a common concurrence here. Or closer together than you would expect. Yes, exactly.
Before Balmon became meta, most likely.
I don't know. That is an unknown, because in that particular storyline, yeah, she was there, but when you go back the second time, it's not you know, all the Type 2s aren't there, it's Laffy, and instead of the Devil, it's Compiler. So, it was the same series of events, but but all they did was changed out who was who. So, the question is, for that situation, is when were they created? Because I don't think they were created around that time, because, if they were, then Purifier would not be fighting Balmon Richard, more than likely. And that was something I think that was done in Pledge. So Tower's here to stop Devil. Not necessarily. I don't necessarily know what Tower's goals are. Tower seems like a neutral character right now. He's not exactly, he, she, it, whatever, is not exactly focused on, you know, catering to one side or not. Considering if he was for the Arbiters, or if they were for the Arbiters, I don't think Renown and Repulse meta and the whole rest of the Ashes would be alive at the moment. They probably would have been eradicated had they not done something. but it's also not necessarily working for the meta ships because if it was, then it would have been doing a lot more than this. So I'm not exactly sure what the tower's goals are as a whole. So we'll have to see at this point. So how does the devil have corruption/corrosion in the first place? Where did it even come from? Well, we don't necessarily know. My suspicion could be that she's been affected by it herself. So the only reason she gives it off is because she can. Because, like, for example, Bomb Richard is meta herself, when you think about it. She is a meta character that suffered from the that same corrosion. However, she can also spread it. So that's what I'm thinking, it's just the same thing. Granted, like I said, this is all speculation. We don't necessarily know if any of this is true. My guess is that she could be suffering from this stuff too. And it sounds like that's what Vestal's implying here by saying something about her condition. So there's a good chance we could have something here. She was the first meta. Yes, she was the first meta. But she also still has the ability to spread that corrosion. And we've seen the effects of it throughout some of the events, specifically with Kronstadt. And they had tried to do it with Monarch, but it didn't actually end up happening. Anyway. The commander must have warned you about their capabilities. Yeah, the information you provided will be useful too. The devil must know we're here, seeing how far the Red Sea has expanded. Our window of time to get out of here shrinks with every passing minute. Speaking of which, Bismarck, the sea didn't expand while you were gone. The gate didn't activate a single time. It was only just before you got back that the Red Sea cooled. Either the devil is trying to put pressure on us, or the corruption has reached critical mass. Which means our time is running out. We need to get moving immediately. We must defeat the Hermit's vessel before the devil gains full control over the mainframe. If we take too long, we will be trapped in here forever. Now, let's access the database in the control center. It should take us to the Hourglass's throat. It's so weird that they're saying it this way, but I guess it does make sense. One quick thing before we do that. Could you examine this one? Bismarck held U-556's hand and let her to... I was wondering about that. I was going to see if she could do anything. U-556 probably was like, "Oi, what are you doing? Please, no!" U-556, yes? You've told me about her. I sense the corrosion eating away at her hull, but wait, it's not past the point of no return. Vestal felt a little confused seeing such a bright smile on a body so clearly tarnished by the corruption. She suffered damage to her hull long ago, and the Red Sea's corrosion suddenly reopened and aggravated her old wounds. I entered her vision and managed to cleanse the external corruption, but she's still in this form. I see. Luckily, her condition is still reversible. I should be able to cleanse the internal corruption as well. Hey! Just give me a minute, please. Thank you so much. Please, it's nothing. One important thing, though. She still needs to abstain from fighting for a while after I've treated her. Alright. Hey, hold on a second. Vestal, you know more than anyone else here about metamorphosis, right? I suppose so. Okay, then listen. We're still in danger and need as many of us fighting as possible. I'm the Parzival of the Seas, and I'm duty-bound to protect Lord Bismarck as well as all my other friends. If you cure me now and I'm forbidden from fighting, I'll only be dead weight. So could you just put a band-aid on it and let me stay in this for a little while longer? Never change, 556. Never change. You absolute cinnamon roll. I mean, it's sad that it shows how dire the situation is that she's willing to sacrifice herself to protect. I mean, she does have, it is a good point, but it's her being her. Are you sure you want to do that? Even if she's willing to take a risk, there's a lot at stake here. Worst comes to worst, she might lose herself again. Okay, I'll do what I can, but if you push yourself too far, there's no going back. You need to promise that if Bismarck or I order you to stop fighting,
You will do so at once. Is that clear? Yes, promise. Oh, hey, they're red now. They're red. Interesting. And these are Hermit's enforcers here. Is this one gonna do the same thing it does? Because that one always scares me. Not because it's like tough or anything, but just because it's just like, hello! I'm here now. Are you gonna do the thing? Well, actually, you're probably not gonna get the chance. Please. No, come here. Get a little closer. Come here. I can't do it. Never mind. It's all red. I always mistake Gary's exhaust fire as a map mechanic. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Oh, well, we already have Vestal's effect here. Look at that. We already have the maximum corrosion. Oh, it's 3. That's still not bad. That's good, though, because it never reaches 5, which means I'll never have the speed down. What map are you guys on now? We're on the last. We're on the very final one. There's definitely some interesting things to this. But considering what we do know about the sirens, with them being derived from the very same thing as Constant, it would not surprise me if any of them are corrupted. Or at least experiencing some level of corruption. If anything, that just shows how dire things can get. Your Statelet snipes it. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Meanwhile, here everybody, have some diabetes. Look at that smile. There's 5 things interesting to this. That's fine. I know, but it's still, we're still at this point where it's kind of nice. Okay, I'm a little behind then. I had to do a randomizer race, and now I'm getting back to running. I'm 1 map behind you. Randomizer race? What? Oh, for like another game? They're taking a beating. I might want to look at maybe getting a healer set here. Ironblood do kind of need one at some point. She's a happy bustier hipper. I was late for the stream. Oh, you're good, you're good. Don't worry too much about it. I mean, there's always the archive. It's part of the reason I do archive. I know you probably do want to be on the live one, but time zones do be rough, and I can't necessarily say it's anyone's fault. No, sir. Should be relatively straightforward from here. It's okay, Hiver. Admit your love of the commander, says Butcher. It's the Earth's fault. Yeah, that literally would not surprise me if Devil's experiencing some form of corruption. But I feel like at that point, it eats away at the hull, but that's just the vessel. The vessel shouldn't be affected. A rogue vessel shouldn't... I'm not sure. Because if a vessel goes rogue, then the mainframe should be able to detect that and consider it an oddity and shut it down immediately. Unless the corruption somehow prevents that from being a thing. But that also could just mean that the devil is absolutely in a very critical condition. Which is kind of a bit of a scary thing when you think about it. Also, I'm at 5,000 oil. I just realized there's no Gary. Unless I accidentally got it, but I don't remember getting it. We also don't know how many towers Devil has. Yeah, but that's still the same thing. Like, they could, maybe her mainframe got corrupted. But if there's multiple mainframes, then you would think that unless it's a rogue mainframe, so they could have two different versions of Devil active. A good devil and a corrupted devil. I'm not sure how that works. Have you used so much? I'm running full fleets. Also, this fleet, it's not like this fleet isn't cheap. Or it is cheap. We're at 76 oil per fight. I don't have the oil saver, whatever it's called. Imagine Hipper competing against Nelson for the Shkika. Or at that point, just any tsundere in a nutshell. It is interesting to know that the enforcers can be doing this to each, or not enforcers, sorry, the arbiters can be doing this, but it does paint an uglier picture. Sorry, Latios was messaging me. Apparently he can't chat anymore. Oh no, there you are. Wait, no, you're back. I can't tell anymore. You have an issue, Sladios, or are you okay? Maybe it works again? I don't know. That is really weird. Like, you're not doing it by what rules I know of for chat. You're not breaking anything. So why you're not able to message through the chat's really weird. I've not had that happen before. You're not spamming anything, which YouTube would generally flag. Usually, if you send like 5 or 6 messages in rapid succession, you get timed out for like 5 minutes. I'm also not the type of person that generally manually times people out unless they're actually doing something, or YouTube just decides to send them to Brazil for some reason. So I don't really know. That's really weird. It's probably YouTube being kind of dumb. Can't say. How many cons have I married? I'm in the 40s, probably close to 50s. So I mean, if it's working, it's working. You know, no major problem here. But yeah, like, me asking questions about stuff and then getting answered later, that's not the first time. It happens more than I think people are comfortable with in Blue Archive. Like, the best one was Eden Treaty, where I was like, we were getting to the big climax at the end of it, and I was just like, suddenly Abydos out of nowhere. And then Abydos out of nowhere. Well, not really. It made sense. How many Sandys have I married? Only one. There can be only one. The others are just the backups. But yeah. I guess the bigger question for you, Latios, is does the theory I have make sense? Since the sirens are somewhat derived from the same things that the consent are, with like the cubes and whatnot, there's a possibility that what affects the siren, or what affects the consent, can also affect the sirens. Keeps saying yeah, it has to be something on YouTube's side. It makes sense, but well, Vestal explains it later. Ah, fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. Anyway, following Bismarck's guidance, the girls all touched the control center's dome and were transported through the data stream. They carefully traversed it to its terminus and arrived beneath the inverted city, only to discover that it looked nothing like before. Oh no, what's wrong with this place? It looks totally corrupted. Man, what's going on? Everything here is dyed red. Are we too late after all? The devil has seized full control. There's no point in going after the hermit's vessel. In that case, our only hope of ever escaping is to take on the devil herself. I fear that may be the case. If only I could reach Helena and ask for help. There's no going back to the control center now. It's do or die. My planes have spotted the hermit's vessel. She's not far from here. Although, is it just me or does she not look right? Zuikaku put on display the picture her aircraft took. The Arbiter's vessel was glowing red and standing idly in the sea as though it was waiting for somebody. The robotic yet intense drive its kin displayed last time they fought was completely gone. Just to confirm, sirens do not have wisdom cube powered holes and thus cannot be affected by metamorphosis. Is that correct? Yes, in theory, sirens should be immune to the effects of corrosion. Okay, so that does answer that question. While they do utilize cube technology, they only use it as a power source. It's not integral to their design. While it may be possible to damage this power source, but that would have no bearing on the siren's properties, let alone cause metamorphosis. Okay, so that's what you mean by it. It's literally answered like 2 seconds later. I love it. Both you and the commander said that the devil isn't like other arbiters. So if this isn't the effects of corruption, what is it? Well, there's another theory about that. It basically holds that the devil's erratic qualities are perfectly normal. Just as their naming pattern implies, the arbiters may have both upright and reversed forms. Under this theory, she is simply exhibiting the reversed characteristics of her major arcana. Of course, there's no proof one way or the other, and the theory has holes. She's caught between the ideas of being a person and being a weapon, much like us. In any case, this vessel is a wholly different beast to the last one you fought. The devil's support... Oh, so it's the inversion. Okay. I can understand that to a degree. Huh. That's interesting to think about, though. They are truly Terra. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. And that would make sense, because when you think about it as a concept, it makes sense, too. The concept of the tarot cards. Since everything's focused around concepts when you think about it. That does make a heck of a lot of sense. So this could necessarily just not be corruption, but it could be. But that doesn't explain the corruption though. What leads to the corruption ability? The devil's support makes it many, many times more powerful than before. The difference is so drastic. Fighting this vessel would be like taking on 2 arbiters at once. Worse yet, none of us here have fought a juiced up arbiter before. If only I could reach Helena, or if Arizona was here with us. Or better yet, if I was only a more capable fighter. Nancy, give me courage. Vestal looks like she's about to break down. It's alright, Vestal, let's think this through first. What if the devil hasn't actually seized full control over this place yet, and is actually bluffing? If she already seized full control, she wouldn't have any reason to care about us. She's just trying to stall for time. We can win if we take her on here and now. I mean, the devil's normal effect is that she buffs. True! The corruption could be seen as an... Oh, that actually does make sense. It's the reverse. A buff would... Instead of a buff, it's a debuff.
I don't know. The corruption thing seems weird to me. I'm not sure if that's part of the reverse form or not. That seems very odd. Zuikaku. I think you're right. The devil is an incredibly cunning arbiter. I certainly wouldn't put it past her to resort to deception. She's not a fighter type. Well, at least she's not a direct confrontation character. She's more of the support, as I said earlier. I believe we can win. Let's take on this Vestal. That's what I'd like to hear. Now it's our turn to go on the offensive. Yes, I've had enough of dancing in this Siren's hall. Everyone, commence the attack. Oh, there is the Hermit. But I need to see if I can actually do a full run here. If I can, that'd be amazing. We still have 6 fights to go through. Where is... Okay, she's right here. So I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to have... I'm going to save the large fleet and that one main fleet. So the 3 big fleets are going to be... I'm going to bring in Royal Fortune. The last one being that main fleet node. The other ones we'll just take on normally. I want to believe we'll be okay, though. We're close to the level. Anyone who's 99 is taking a 6% damage increase on top of the effects of the corrosion stuff. I don't know, it's a little bit rough to put all this together. I guess I need to look into the tarot cards a bit more, because I don't fully understand tarot cards. I know enough about them to understand the basic principles, but I don't understand enough to probably understand the reverse form. See, now I kind of... This is where I kind of wish the hunting range of the submarine type characters, if the ground is red, it's really hard to see where their zone is. Is this it right here? Is this all of it right here? I think. Red on red is not exactly the best way to do this. Okay, let's bring you guys in. Okay, so I think you're in the submarine, right? Yes, you are. Okay. This is why I don't know, actually. I'll let you read. We have the final Dark. We have the final bit of dialogue from here. We also, I think we probably, there might be one going into the boss. We have the one for the final run, and then we have the bonus scenes, which will be the little extra stuff at the end. Oh, I brought her. That was such a waste of Royal Fortune. Sorry. Enemy is flashing red. Wait, what? They are? Oh, you can barely see that, though. You can see the little red, like the little red thicker bars there. Oh, AL, please. AL, please. AL, please. How can we disable the... it's in settings. I forget where. Top of the hour time to load. Wait, what?
Oh, that's an AL thing. Oh, okay. I did not know that. I never bothered to look into that. That actually makes more sense now, because I would have that on the hour. I never thought about that. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It has to load an update. That makes perfect sense. We have that. I don't know. Why did I not think about that? This is what I do for a living. That makes me look like an idiot. But when am I not an idiot? Hey, Zergling. This devil card can be the moment when an individual becomes self-aware and breaks all the chains that comes with addiction habits. Yeah, I guess if anything, this just continues to play more into the conceptual thing, which is really cool. It is kind of a weird thing that they kind of sprung in, but it makes a lot more sense because it's like it's not the first time it's been done. But no, like I work in server maintenance and whatnot, and also deployments and also management for like auto updating and whatnot. So this is like something I should have technically known. I just didn't put the pieces together. It makes perfect sense because there have to be so many things you have to do with this. Yeah, I'm not surprised you MVP. How bad was it? 11,000 is the highest in the main. 13,000 she did it by herself alone. And of course she's hitting us with that face. Smug sailboat Gopher. Experience to a degree, yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like they themselves aren't bound to it. Because you can even consider like consent to be a concept in their own. Not entirely. Like you know, their entire existence is based on the like hopes and dreams of humanity for one thing. How close are we? 11,000 again. No one even came close. So like technically everyone has to abide by that to a degree. It's just whether or not, it's just how deep it gets. There's more hex code stuff. Okay, I think I've got the website still up. I might have to pull it back up. I think I changed it. Alright, I got it. Plot twist. I managed to drop U556. Did I do the wrong team here? No, I didn't. Oof. A little lag there. Okay, hang on. What's going on? More the music. Oh, is it too loud? Is that too loud? Is that too soft though? Let's go about right here. That's too quiet, I feel. Oh, we're fine. Oh, wait, I've got Zeppelin in this fleet. Why was I even worried? Zeppelin probably just destroyed the this thing. Yeah, I just like, wait, no, she's 120. She's got like really good planes. Of course she's gonna destroy them. Well, you did too, but she got a kill and she didn't. Now I can barely hear the music. Yeah, that's why I'm sitting there. I'm just like, there's not much I can really do. Also, yes, this is the Devil's theme. Just for convenience. Oh, okay. Oh, with special dialogue. Here we go. Do we have Cursed Vanguard? Let me see that Cursed Vanguard. Good night. Gary roared as Bismarck led the ships into battle, launching a fierce attack on the Arbiter vessel. However, the vessel and its enforcers did not descend into chaos, instead exhibiting greater synergy as they intensified their defensive fire. It's not just the vessels that are stronger, the enforcers are on a whole other level too. Nobody overextend, advance slowly and steadily. I'll provide covering fire. Regina, back off. Bah, these sirens are even nastier than normal. The Devil has supercharged not only the Hermit's vessel, but these enforcers as well. I fear there's no hope for us anymore. I've lost quite a few aircraft, but you don't see me throwing in the towel already. Good girls fight the good fight, no matter the odds. I know it's tempting to give up, but if there's even a sliver of a chance we can make it out of here alive, I'll pursue it. You heard her, Vestal. We're all in this together. No, you're right. We still have a shot at victory, risky as it may be. Risky? What do you mean? I think I know. It requires someone skilled in electronic warfare, and someone who can bust that Vestal open. Or Vestal open, not Vestal. Don't bust up Vestal. We don't want to. We don't want to bust Vestal open. Yeah, 0. Oh yeah, 0, 0. Yeah, that is yes, that is correct. Because it's hexadecimal. That makes a lot of sense that it's 0x0f. Even if they're still standing, we still got to dodge their attacks. We can barely land a hit on them. Remember how we fought the last vessel and just repeat what you did. Ulrich, you're in charge. Keep the enforcers occupied and buy me some time. While they're distracted, I'll get in close. Are you sure we should do this, Bismarck? We can pull it off if we coordinate well enough. But what if this is exactly what the sirens want us to do? You can't think like that, Vestal. Before you can make a decision, you need to overcome your fears and doubts. The old me would try to carry the weight of the world, unwaveringly following the path she believed in, even if she had to do it alone. Not anymore. I trust my comrades with my life. With them by my side, I am stronger than ever. It's not great leaders that forge the future, but rather those who believe in them. It's not a bad, that's actually a pretty good saying. That's a pretty good quote there. Hey, okay, I trust you, Bismarck. We stand behind you. Thank you. I'm counting on you. Let me come with you, Lord Bismarck. I won't let anything get in between us again. Okay, let's go. And yes, good eyes and all has returned again. From your ways and actions, and I'll let you live in this place. Yeah, that does make sense when you think about it. We're talking about the reverse form. We're talking about the reverse form, sorry. Huh. Under Ulrich's command, the girls fought hard and managed to lure the enforcers away. Meanwhile, Bismarck and U-556 sat on top of Gary, charged straight towards the Arbiter vessel. Orders received. Executing combat sequence A. Look out, it's going to attack us. Gary, block it. Her giant rigging swerved to the side and absorbed the incoming shells with its armor. Whoa, that's amazing. Target displays higher capabilities than estimated, switching to combat sequence B. Oh. Support protocol engaged. Power output 20%.
So Devil is helping.
Without even flinching at the next incoming volley, Bismarck engaged her engines and kicked up massive waves as she pursued the vessel. As the also saying that it's not all lost and to fight. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's actually really good. I like that. Now that it's like this is actually making sense. So I wonder if the others are gonna kick in. Let's see here. What do we still have?
Must not be surprised at my saying you must be born again.
Psalm 9:1. I mean, there's so much you could probably point to Friedrich on that one. I'm not sure about 7:3 though.
But even flinching this way, okay, that's it. Oh, deploying submersibles, increasing protocol power output to 70%. Oh, Bismarck, please let me fight too. Damn, she's deployed mini subs. E556, listen, go underwater and don't resurface until I tell you to. Got it? Then go, my Parzival of the seas. Understood. Submerging now. Be careful now. After confirming U-556 was safely under the surface, Bismarck charged ahead at unbelievable speed. Modulating cube output, shifting power into rigging framework. Disabling safety limiter number 1. Remove inhibitor from the cube energizer. Gary began firing main cannon shells at the Arbiter vessel from point-blank range. It dodged the first shell with a backstep, and the second hit the water behind it. But the third, accompanied by a concentrated beam of energy, landed a direct hit. Piercing an Arbiter's armor with one hit was a conventional shipgirl weaponry is exceedingly improbable. But multiple hits? A lot more likely. Bismarck's plan was to pound the vessel with shell after shell and scorch it with lasers, even if it damages her own rigging. The sky turned red from the fire of her cannons, and the sea steamed from the immense heat. At least that's one of the two.
Oh yeah, that is true.
And yet, despite all that, her cannon fire could not penetrate the vessel's strengthened core. Detecting values greatly exceeding predictions, switching to combat sequence C. Increasing protocol power output to 100%. External resources accessed. Devil's central processor output 3%. Friedrich, the High Seas Fleet, I consider this second life a gift from you. I'm done playing games with you. Disabling safety limiter number 2, 3, and 7. Engage tri-layered hull superimposition. Uh-oh, Gary. You will taste Ironblood's fury. Uh-oh. I see your hate all the same. Hey, it's their special line. Missile! Missile! Where is it? Ah! Missile! Look at the name hog. I know. Oh no, not 0x0. Not the face. That's an address, isn't it? 0x0F? It's a memory address. Well, it can be. Oh, that's a lot of missiles. Ah! The Kokoro face. I'm 15. Yeah, I know 0. I know because because there's 2 bytes in it. The first byte's 0, meaning that's value 0. The second one is F, the highest possible value of base 16, which is 15 because the values start at 0. So that is 15, yes. You can have 2 values here. It's what allows that to work. Anyway. Boom. Detecting values greatly exceeding predictions. Switching to combat sequence F. External resources accessed.
Devil main engine output 5%. Gravity manipulator deployed. Switching to XYZ navigation mode. Does anyone feel kind of weightless? It's not just us. The change in gravity has messed with the Red Sea as well. Regina can't adapt to that. Do not let that Arbiter vessel get away. I don't know if they'll be there in time or not, but I'll scramble my plans anyway. Same, we're done for if we don't stop her. This must be the gamble Vestal was talking about. U-556, do you want to be the world's first flying submarine? Yeah, that sounds sweet. Then get up here quickly. Disabling safety limiter 5. Hourglass. You'll make a nice power source for this. Gary, take to the skies. Gary, start flying. Gary, fly. Fly, Gary, fly. Fly, Gary. What are you doing, Gary? Fly. Missile! Ah! With Bismarck and U-556 running atop it, Gary flew up towards the upside-down city. The tremendous momentum behind its ascent kicked up a scarlet spindrift big enough to blot out the sky. Oh, that's cool. That is a really nice piece of artwork there. That is really good. Man, I gotta grab that one later. Unfortunately, I think the wiki's only gonna have it at like 1000 resolution, which is a little unfortunate, but that's how it is sometimes. We're flying! Don't lose sight of that Arbiter, Gary. Detecting values greatly exceeding predictions. Switching to combat sequence G. Command privileges. Over type 15 enforcers acquired. All units, initiate activation sequence. Lord Bismarck, we have incoming sirens. They look like the Devil's enforcers. There's so many of them. Don't tell me they were waiting for us this whole time. Exactly what we were both aiming for. Now that she's gained control of the mainframe, destroying the Hermit's vessel won't help us. She can isolate and take us out one at a time to gain control over the near sea. But to do that, she has to split up computing resources among not just her own enforcers, but the Hermits as well. So until they get everything under control, her anti-hacking defenses are at their weakest. Ah, I see. They're overwhelming her CPU vulnerability. Oh, that's clever! So they're basically trying to make it a weak spot for Helena. That makes a lot of sense. Because they're putting all of her, she's putting all of her processing resources into controlling everything, that she won't have enough processing resources to protect against an attack, a digital attack. Don't be afraid, U-556. This will all be over once we defeat that Arbiter vessel. Okay, I believe in you. Hovering in the air, the Hermit's body gave off an ill-boding light. Initiating local purging process, gathering energy. Disable safety limiter 4, 6, 8, and I thought you already did one of these. Never mind. Unleash everything you have with this one attack, Gary. Heeding her order, the dragon roared with all 3 of its mouths. Streaks of light then appeared all across its steel body. Thank you, my Parsifal, for my pride and joy. Listen, fiends, I am Bismarck. I reject the past and the future you've forced upon me. This body, this power, and this burning resolve will not be martyred to your darkness. Truth can only be found within my reign. Hey, it's your skill line! Everything came down to these final ultimate attacks. A blinding beam of energy shot forth, their intensity bringing the sea to a boil. It struck the Arbiter directly, cutting through its armor like a hot knife through butter. Even with the Devil's entire arsenal of support enhancing the vessel, it could not block this attack. The battle was over. And she's gone. Now we gotta do 2 more runs. fun. I'll take 20. What do you mean you'll take 20? What is that supposed to mean, Tripacer?
こんなによくしてくれて、もしかしたら明石指揮官の神様なのかにゃ。
Yeah, you can. It's fine. I mean, it's always cool to be able to see it, but it'll make a lot of sense if it's already prepped. Real awesome. Yeah, she's definitely. It's some character development, even though she hasn't had much time in the spotlight.
指揮官が見てる限りプレッシャーね。攻撃なんだけど。指揮官の愛の力だよ。指揮官の
You gonna come up here? Or you gonna come to us, or you gonna stay back there? Come on, do the thing. Do the spook. Do the spook. Do the spook. Do the spook. You failed. Blucher trying not to fall off her rigging.
ベーベ様は無敵だ。
The nice thing is I only really need to do 6 fights here, which is nice. The contrast between the two versions is so immense. Well, it's her development as a character. It's really what's nice. Granted, like I said, we have not had a lot of time with her as a character because we had her for a little bit in Scarazelle. There was the brief bit of time where she was in Convergence, yeah, and then there was the very brief talk with her in Rondo. Outside of that, she has not had much involvement at all. So, also Bismarck, holy crap, he just took a lot of damage. She got absolutely blasted there. But that's all of the... No, there's one more elite. Never mind. And it's the same one that probably did all that damage. I gotta keep an eye on her rounds. This is the battleship one, so it would make sense. Oh, well, hey, that finally got to us. The hand scroll, turn that off, because if I... boop.
強化完了よ。ええ、そういえば、母校の売店は入りた
Oh boy,
ま
here we go.
幾度も鍛えられし我が基礎も幾度も鍛えられし我が基礎幾度も鍛えられし我が幾度も鍛え
Happy
られし
Argus
我が
noises.
基礎もこれ私のことがアイドルとして
Oh, I have so many. Okay, there we go. Why not Hans Biscuit too? I don't think... Can you when she's in combat? Gotta keep an eye on that, on those shots. I can't do anything about it. Yeah. Oh gosh, wow. Bismarck got wiped. We got wiped out because of Bismarck, our flagship. Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, it's fine. I'll just know to switch it later. You 556, don't look! No free repair. No, I just used it. Because I did nothing wrong. No, it's more of she's under leveled fighting. She's 5 levels down, fighting at 10%. This is the 3rd fight, so she's got whatever the damage multiplier is for 2 levels of corrosion. Also, holy crap, that was a lot of damage. I can't do anything about it because Elb's so slow at loading. So there's not much I could have done there, but now that this is done, I at least know what the threat is of that is. So I might slightly change my formation and bring in somebody else. Maybe move Parcival or somebody else. Oh, that used up an ammo too. That kind of sucks. Emden, you're gonna switch places here. I know you're the CL, but still. I'm gonna start using the sub here. Don't know, but it just obliterated her health pool. I don't know what it was. But considering, like I said, the level difference between them, the corrosion level, that's a lot of damage boost that she's taking. Yeah, this is HT3. I'm also using a level 99. So it's let's see, 10% plus whatever the corrosion is. And a random Vanguard. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I got unlucky and had to deal with the attack. Or or the elite you're fighting is the other one, the CL, not the battleship. Which is a possibility. We might be fine though. Do you like Royal Fortune over the subs? She's kind of more fun to use, plus she stays longer and is more active. Like, you get way more use out of her bringing her into combat than any of the subs. The subs are there for like 20-30 seconds tops, whereas she stays way longer. Plus, she doesn't stop being useful. Like subs, they'll dump their barrages, maybe shoot a few torpedoes, then they'll surface and retreat. She doesn't have to do it. She has a barrage of her own, I think, which is like that weird tentacle thing that we see. But she can keep shooting her gun because she's a gun-based type. And you can see just how much of an impact it makes. Best damager in here was Blucher with 11,000, and if you look at her, 17,000. Like, keep in mind, she has no cat either. She's absolutely catless, and doing this with 17,000 damage. Like, she is actually really good. She stays long, she can engage constantly, she doesn't have to deal with ammo, like some kind of an ammo mechanic. Well, I mean, she does, you can call her as many times, but she has no, like, I dump all my torpedoes, shoot a few, and then retreat. She is a, I'm gonna come up out of the water and just start blasting away with my guns, because guns don't actually run out in this case. Yeah, the 3%, yeah, exactly. That's all it would do for her. So it's like, she's actually really solid as a support ship if you need her in combat. I mean, she's gonna eat up oil, but... which is really weird to think about, considering how she is as a wooden ship. I didn't think about that. But, like, I've also kind of given her decent gear. Oh, hi Kumano. She's in the other class, or this class. If I didn't misclick. And right now, since I've kind of wanted to see, I've got all this on her, so she's got this much firepower right now. Should she have tech? No. But no, like, she's got a decent health pool. She actually has a pretty solid evasion. Reload's pretty good for her, too. Good firepower stat at, what, 300 here? Modifiers for this are... okay, that's not too bad. The heavy armor sucks, but the others are fine. Why is it using the truck? It boosts firepower! Oh, that's the other one. But no, like, it's actually... she's pretty solid. Can I put any other firepower gear on that truck? Good question. Can we even? We can't check that because she's in battle right now. But no, she is definitely, if geared really well and has a good amount of firepower, She hurts pretty good. But you have another cannonball. We do. I actually need to see which one is better. But I'll do that afterwards, because I can't right now. Blue Cheer, what's going on with your health bar? Hey, Blue Cheer. Blue Cheer. Why is the bar here? Why is that right here? No, guys, look. She actually has health. You can see it there. But if you look down here on the screen, the red bar is not here. It's over here for some reason. Why is it there? What happens if I move it? Hang on. I need to screenshot this. I need to screenshot that so they can see this. No, the red bar is it's not lined up properly. She has HP. It's just it's messed up. The health bar is very drunk right now. Okay, let's just do Happy Boot. That's not Happy Boocher, never mind. I'll take it back. Help. What's Odin do? That's what I expect. Emden just gets Angie. Z1 is doing classic Generation 1 chibi. Getting low morale. Yeah, I know. We'll swap her out after this. I don't think we have to. Hi. I'm probably switching some 120s. Or bring in some higher power characters just to get it out of the way. Alright, let's bring it in. Yeah, like, Royal Fortune is very good. And if you don't know how busted she is, you should see her on the sub. Weekly, I should say. Like, if you want to see something stupid, put her on the sub weekly. She absolutely breaks it. We're getting corruption in real time. Well, the funny thing is it's working here. It works properly here. For some reason, it's broken on that screen. AFK video of her is the best. Wait, what? Takes all 3 slips. No, she's only one. You can roll her with 2 others. If you absolutely wanted to, you could do that. No, I'm not gonna let you do that. I'm not gonna let you do that. But that's probably all I've got. Let me guess, Zeppelin? That is ridiculous. Bismarck's not gonna beat that because she's loaded with HE, not AP. And we're fighting a battleship, so that's already not working well. I mean, HE, so it's still fine, but it's not AP. And meanwhile, grab Zeppelin over here, blowing everybody out of the water in damage. But also because, well, Bismarck's 125, she's 120, but... Yeah, because MVP is based off of damage dealt, not... It's not based on how many kills you get. Otherwise, San Diego would dominate all the time in air power. Or anti-air. Alright, so boss fleet, or mob fleet is a little tired. We shall let them sit up for now. So let's bring in some fun people for the sake of it. boost shall we bring? I should probably just bring upside characters so I can go through the scenes quickly. Yeah, that's a good idea. In that case, the pulse your taken flag. CVL will go to Perseus. We'll just make this easy. I don't want to have to change equipment, so I'm just going to bring a bunch of people that I know are equipped or should be equipped. And kind of leave it at that. I think Ulrich is somewhat equipped. I'm just going to bring I'm bringing my upside mob team. Let's just do that. I think I used Mini. Destroyer is usually Changchun. Actually, I can use Ingraham here. Nah, let's stick with Changchun. Changchun's adorable. And our CL, I actually use Boise here. Make sure they're all still equipped because I might have ripped their equipment off. I did on Changchun, okay. I think it's because one of them has the book. It's probably Z1. I have 2 books, so it doesn't matter. I can just take it up on John. One of the perks of being there for the rerun is I was able to do that. Okay, you need your shells. Bismarck is gonna sit out. I think it's this one. Yep. That is AP. I would prefer you not. There. Now this team is definitely going to win. My officers, you're still pounding line. Oh, Repulse gets a bonus for that because, well, no, she's not real Navy. I think. I don't. Does that work? Probably not. You are closer, so let's switch one over first. I'm thinking outside. Well, it's like I don't want to have to constantly shift equipment around, and you know that burns a couple of minutes. So I'd rather just use my teams that I know that are equipped, which are offside teams. I know I grabbed some stuff off of Ulrich for earlier. This team's just gonna breeze through everything. Oh yeah, that. Are the requirements still the same? Do you have to use her in Opsai? Because then you're gonna have to call in subs all the time. Yeah, she's technically a different faction, that is true. Oh yeah, this I heard about that. I didn't actually use it, but I've heard about it. Yeah, this should be real. Actually, I'm gonna see Perseus, can you just wipe? You didn't finish it, but you got close. And Changchun fell over. I'm gonna use in cost AP. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They need a. She's the first sub meta, so they'll probably. I'm sure they'll hear plenty about this. They will definitely hear plenty about it. Oh, this is like, never mind. Vestal's framework of logic faction. Didn't know that. Yeah, it makes sense. Arizona, she's associated with Arizona, which makes me think that's what it usually is. If you're affiliated with, usually in this case, what is it? The association group by association or whatever is probably the better way to go. I don't know if the right word is for that.
気合を入れていこう。任せて。
This team is just gonna be like, this is not a
我
grind.
が伏線を見定めて。
You have no power here. We are the upside team.
どう
I mean, look. even at 50% ammo, they're still going to destroy, or 50% damage, they're still gonna hurt everything. Oh yeah, sounds like it.
我が伏線を見定めて。攻撃記名の脈を持ってみせる。我が伏線を見定めて。
She's supposed to be logic. No, she's technically Ashes. She kind of, I think she's one of the characters with dual loyalties. So I think she's allowed to go. I am at 4,000 oil. Oh no. But yeah, she's one of the few characters with dual loyalties, so it's not going to be a problem. Which well is also what tower is supposed to. That is true. But it's weird. Like you would think if it's working with metas, then arbiters would have done something about tower by now. But it doesn't seem like they're doing anything about it. So I don't know. Because if anything, when the towers showed up and sent all of the other, you know, kept all of these ashes alive, I'm pretty sure if they did not like, you know, if it was an ally to them, then it would have been probably destroyed that instant. Unless they're just like, it's got a mainframe, we can't do anything about it. Which at that point is, do each of the arbiters know each other's mainframes are, or do they not? Well, I don't know if tower is necessarily an arbiter. I would believe so. Yeah, there's no rules against it. Exactly. That's why I'm saying she's dual loyalty. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing for her. Royal Fortune, come here! Missile! Never mind, she got nuked by planes. How close are you to them? Never mind. I'm not even gonna ask. Alright, here we go. Here we go. The Mirror Sea began to change immediately following the destruction of the Hermit's vessel. Massive metallic rings suddenly emerged from the Red Sea, surrounding the Tower of Midgard from all sides. Meanwhile, in the sky, Bismarck began descending back down and saw the ring fuse itself to the big cubes floating above the surface. In only a matter of moments, the ring and the cubes had merged into one single structure. I assume this is the work of that friend Vestal spoke about. She wields powers far beyond what I imagined. Immediately upon landing, Bismarck was hit with an overpowering sense of dizziness that brought her to her knees. Lord Bismarck, are you okay? Stay back. But, Lord Bismarck, look at me. U-556 came closer despite Bismarck's clear order. Black mist was coiling around the little girl. Looks like I got a bit too excited. There are still forces around. Can you fight? Sure. No, this isn't the time for that. Oh, hello, Arizona. I'm Battleship Arizona, one of Vestal's friends. Allow me to handle this. Oh, hello, Tower. Tower's just here. Is this execute transport protocol? Oh, control protocol. Okay, I'm assuming this is also the tower. So maybe tower is an ally. Which is really weird, but it works.
That is tower, not what I expected it to look like.
Yeah, it's not, it doesn't, at least we don't necessarily see it. They could be playing pranks with us here and like hiding the entire bottom of it. Are those the eyes? I know it's supposed to be based off of like some kind of a sea creature, but I don't actually know what this is trying to be. Almost kind of looks like a lobster or something. Or not a lobster, well, no. There's just no claws. I don't know what this is trying to be. It's not that kind of thing. Mariah, I don't know. I would not know. Okay, so this is the purification program. Okay, so they're trying to get rid of corruption. So is it just gonna be blue now? The giant ring encasing the Tower of Midgard began glowing, rapidly increasing in intensity until everything was dyed a blinding white. Little by little, the light dimmed until it was possible to see again. What was that? The Red Sea is completely gone. The sirens all went up in smoke, too. And that's not all. Bismarck, U-556, are you alright? Where am I? Indeed, the Red Sea had disappeared entirely, as though by magic, as was the noxious air signifying the presence of corruption. U-556 and Bismarck regained their footing and listened to the Metagirl's conversation. Arizona, you used the tower? Why? It was the only way to resolve the situation. And Helena, where is she? She has her hands full right now. Never mind her. Shouldn't you tend to those two? Tend to... Oh my god. Vestal regained her bearings and turned her attention to Bismarck and U-556. The black mist had all but completely enveloped them. Or enveloped them, that. You've been exposed to extreme amounts of corrosion. What happened? What did you do? You disabled your limiters, didn't you? Why would you do that? You nearly got yourself killed. Visibly shocked by the state they were in, Vestal rushed to their side. You have to stay awake. Can you talk? Don't worry about me. I took measures against the corrosion. It'll be fine. My rigging will absorb it. Focus on U-556. She's the one who needs help. You say so. We'll take care of her. U-556, can you hear me? It's so dark. Lord Bismarck, where are you? Is it too late for her? No, it is not. She could still be saved. Nah. Actually, this is kind of an interesting artwork. Vestal kneeled by U-556's side and opened her hand, manifesting a cube which glowed with a soft blue light. Dozens more appeared shortly after, forming a loose circle that slowly swirled around her and U-556. Little by little, the cubes absorbed the black mist enveloping U-556. After being treated for a while, the pained look on her face eased while the black deposits gradually discolored the cubes. Oh yeah, there's the origin cubes. Look at them. Also hurts her old form. If U-556 sinks, I will sink everyone here and then myself. So Vestal is a prostate account. I would not be able to tell you. There's a whole bunch of rules usually between each of the individual dominations, but that doesn't necessarily mean that what applies to one doesn't apply to the other.
cube in Vestal's hand first turned a red color, then crumbled to pieces. Her facial muscles contorted with pain. Cough, cough. Ugh. Vestal, are you alright? I'll be fine. I just need to rest for a while. Now we're square, and we can part ways without depths to settle. That's good. Zuikaku offered Vestal a hand, but she politely shook her head and stood up on her own. The next time eyes turned on U556 again, she had reverted to her regular appearance. All external signs of the corrosion were gone.
Look at how happy she is. She's finally back to normal. U556. Well, hey, I'm soaking wet right now. Hugging me just feels icky. Give her some space. She needs to recover. Right, my bad. Had me worried sick, you know. I thought you'd never be the same again. Well, now I am, so it's all good. Happy 556 noises.
Seems everything turned out fine in the end. I sent you the data. I trust you to take care of the aftermath. Yes, it's all here. I'll take care of it. Then this is farewell. Until next time.
So this is it? Oh, hello, you're back to your other form.
Yes, I got what I was looking for. All you need to do now is activate the Tower of Midgard's gate one last time, and you should be sent back home. I still cannot believe the corrosion can be purged. Although, I suppose doing so requires a sacrifice. It still has to go somewhere. While your hull remains intact, the same cannot be said for those merged with it. Gary will be out of commission for quite some time. I suppose so. What do you plan to do next? I'm guessing you're not thinking about coming with us. Unfortunately, no. I have other things I must do. Truth be told, I must ask you for a favor. Once you're back home, please see to it the Tower of Midgard and your world is destroyed.
Oh, it's destroyed.
It was the reason why this whole near disaster happened in the first place. Destroy it? Are you serious? Do you know the ungodly amount of resources we poured into it? Yes, I do. I also know this is an extremely hard decision to make, but it must be done. The Tower of Midgard's exact location is already out there now. Simply closing the gate won't prevent future incident.
Oh, that's a good point. That is a very good point. Yeah, okay, no, they should do that. Yeah, that's not good. Not everyone has their IP. Well, everyone, yes, but there's one person that really should not have it. Bomb on Richard. There is one person who definitely should not have it, and they do now. So yeah, they have to get rid of it. What about Avalon? Royal Navy is probably going to be the same situation. They're probably, both of those are going to have to get destroyed. But the question is Royal Navy going to know? Well, actually, no, Bismarck's probably going to pass that over to Queen Elizabeth. I would hope. I hope Queen Elizabeth isn't going to be stupid. Anyway, Tower of Midgard's declaration out there. Simply closing the gate won't prevent further incidents. Leave it intact, and one day the corrosion will come flooding through the gate and spread through your whole world. That too. If you don't want that to happen, you must destroy it. Very well. I swear the Tower of Midgard will be destroyed as soon as possible. Good. You should get moving now. While the Arbiter has their eyes on me. At the Mirror Sea's heart, the open gate shone with a bright blue light. The massive machine rumbled and roared, presenting the girls with the way home. Vestal, thank you for everything. With a final goodbye from U556, the Ironblood girls' long excursion was finally over. I'm sure our paths will cross again. A while after Vestal watched the group disappear in the light, the communicator in her hand started beeping. I wonder when you were going to call me. So tell me,
tower. What will you do now? Hey yo. Hey yo. All right, I'm gonna grab some more oil for this.
よし、しぎちゃん、レッツゴー。あれ、今終わったばかりなの？
Yes. Good job, Sandy. All right, so we have 5 more to do, right? We have 5 more left.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, okay, we're just going. Turn off auto, and I'll just let this play.
All I need to do is press V.
任せて、気合を入れていこう。
There we go.
任せて、守ってみせる。
Auto search will handle the rest.
我が粛清を見定めて。
This is the one nice thing that I can do, at least with auto search, is I can let auto search handle the rest of this, and I can just handle the combat portions, which is what I want to do. So hey, that works. So at this point, it's going to come down to what happens with the Royal Navy. As long as Ironblood keep their promise and actually destroy the place, it's not.
我が粛清を見
4,000
定め
chip.
て。
I mean, I am a creator for Azur Lane. That's bound to happen.
向こうは、ま、
I've been a creator for a long time. At least with AL. Pretty much since it first hit E inside. Hello, Ornit. She's winking at us here.
出撃したからには気合を入れていこう。
I think you can disable it, can't you?
黄金記念600
Like, it's cool when you're like doing this kind of stuff, and it is kind of a nice little thing, but it's more substance, or it's all style, not really substance.
我が粛清を見定めて。
I don't spend that much in this game, but I don't think I need to save. All right, we got this one again.
出撃したからには気合を入れていこう。
Get Hawk to 100%. I think I'm gonna need to do a lot more work than just do Azur Lane and Arknights and stuff. I have been thinking about trying others out. I think I mentioned yesterday about looking into maybe Honkai Star Rail, because it did look like an interesting game. I do like turn-based combat because I played Neptunian stuff. It's probably not that complicated, but there's other games too that I might look into. But I think Honkai was the one that took my interest because the combat system looks interesting. Okay, 3 in a row. Hornet knows. What do you mean Hornet knows?
黄金記念600個。我が粛清を見定めて。
You have work at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Spaceman person, what time is it for you? I mean, I appreciate you hanging out, but if you gotta get some sleep, go get some sleep, man. I actually want a laid back combat system. I mean, it's turn-based. It looked interesting enough. That's good. The friends list actually does something useful. It's not the friend list matters. That's not something that matters too much to me. Now, my biggest concern was that it didn't do what. It's just another grinding. I mean, what gacha isn't? That's kind of the thing is. 11 p.m. Oh, yeah, I mean, you should probably think about it soon. It's always good to get at least 6. The MC is an absolute gremlin. Hoi. You guys check gets to hear Algebra say hoi each time. I would hope not, but it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, that's kind of why I'm a little bit hesitant to get into it, because MiHoYo did kind of burn that last time, and I really disliked that. Especially as somebody that has, like, IRL commitments and whatnot that I have to take care of. Which, I should probably also mention, I'm not probably going to be able to do too much over this weekend, with Monday being a holiday and everything. I will try to look into getting videos prepped again, now that I will have less things to do on streaming. I don't want it to autoplay, that's why.
Floating Fortress, Area A1. It's good to be home again. I wonder if Queen Elizabeth solved her singularity issue. Might as well call her and ask. Bismarck opened up a communication channel. She called up the Queen, but the only thing on the other end was white noise. Huh? That's strange. Confused, she then attempted to get in touch with her comrades on the Ironblood mainland as well as those attending the World Expo. But again, the only thing she heard was white noise. Is the Mirror Sea's jamming field still active? That's really odd. Bismarck, I finished my inspection. How are the others holding up? Just fine. They're all still sleeping like babies. Anything else that's wrong with them? There's nothing wrong with them, medically speaking. They're just sleeping. That's all. Very well. Continue monitoring them. As you say. Bismarck gazed through the window in her office. The Tower of Midgard's light was fading. They had promptly shut off the gate and deactivated the facility as soon as they got back. It's supposed to be over. Everything should be back to normal, and yet... destroying the Tower of Midgard really is the only way, it seems. She observed the silent tower whilst weighing its pros and cons in her head. Come on, Bismarck. Ulrich, do you hear me? Loud and clear. What's up? Are you done inspecting the tower? Still working on it. It's going to take a lot of time if you want me to be thorough. But from what I can tell so far, it's back to working as normal.
Oh, they're both talking to each other. Okay.
Both had the same thought, huh? Are we really going to destroy it?
Yes. It has served its purpose. If Friedrich were here, she would agree that destroying it is the correct move. But before we do so, download the logs saved on it. Make backups of all the project files on it as well. Once that's done, demolish it. Got it. I'm on it. Good, they're doing it. That's what matters. That makes me begin to... Yeah, this whatever this is bad. Whatever happened in Frostfall is really bad. Oh, they're gone. Never mind. Fire! Never mind. Splat. I hope that what happened here wasn't enough time for Richard to act on it. That is a big concern. Because at this point, the question is the Royal Navy okay? And, you know, are they going to be able to do something about this before it's too late? That's possible. Not necessarily. Well, I mean, we don't necessarily know how big the Mirror Sea would be. The question is, what's the purpose of this? But we'll see in a second, because thankfully auto search is sending us flying past this.
Oh boy.
Anyone have a diamond pickaxe to lend me? No, fresh out. Oh wow, you were the MVP, okay. Man, it's not surprising. You actually do pretty good. The missile destroyers are actually pretty good at level 25. possible. It is very possible.
黄金記
You
念
also have to remember Marco Polo's doing
我が
something.
視線を見定めて
She's still missing.
どけ邪魔だ
みんなを守ってみせる
So there's like a whole bunch of things that still need to be figured out.
今ので満足したかどうか聞く
I would have Frostfall again. It was this. It was the Northern Parliament doing a big offensive against. I forget where specifically, but they were trying to do like a multi-pronged attack against the Sirens, and then they bailed on the mission because they lost contact with
黄金記念の
a lot of. Well, I think they said St. Petersburg. The place was supposed to be St. Petersburg, but they said Europa, I think in
記念
general.
の白我が視線を見定めて
Show that Mr. Arbiter again. That's a good question. We still don't know who that is. We have some guesses, but that doesn't necessarily mean we know.
今ので満足したかどうか聞く
But we shall see very soon. Well, maybe. I don't know. I don't know why I said that actually. Up by the Winter's Crown. Yeah, it was near the Winter's Crown, but it wasn't. I don't think it was the Winter's Crown base. I think it was something else.
出撃したからには気合を入れていこう
So, everything makes sense. So no, I think it's more of just
邪魔だ
守ってみる
multiple failures can, in this case could cause a major issue. The biggest concern is going to be what would happen if
黄金記念
Ballon Richard were to actually show up in this dimension. That's probably the biggest concern.
どけ邪魔だ
黄金記
They're
念の
looking for
白
the
我
Murderous
が視
Mainframe.
線を
Oh, right, yeah, that's
見
that.
定めてみんなを守ってみせる黄金記念の白我が視線を見定めて
BHR needs
満足
correction.
したかどうか聞かせ
Not much can be done about that. Alright, let's see. Hello, Hornet.
ほーいウォーミングアップ済ませて出撃
But yeah, this event did a good job, I think, showing a few more things. One, kind of giving us a bit more interesting information about Tower. Two, kind of giving us a better idea of the corruption concept and how that affects ship girls.
私から逃れられないね
Three, the concerning things around the devil, which may or may not be something we need to worry about. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of things this expanded upon, which is great. Somewhere in an unknown location. Uh oh, I'm scared. The sea dyed deep red. This battlefield became a grave shipyard, the final resting place for dozens of smoking wreckages. Frederick lay on her back in the water, gazing silently into the distance. Although her rigging had suffered terrible damage, the light of determination still glimmered in her eyes. The hermit fell to her knees, Enterprise Meta having dealt the final. Whoa, Enterprise Meta! Hello! You did good, keeping her busy. No need to thank me. We're done on our end. All of you, give us a status report. This space has been successfully sealed. The Hermit cannot get help from other arbiters. Oh. Not only that, she's completely isolated from her mainframe. As for Temperance, she's started evacuating. As has Strength. They must be pretty freaked out over the Hermit's disappearance. This was an insanely risky gamble. I can't believe this fool's errand worked. This was no small feat, but we had all the tools to pull it off. The Ashes' strength, the High Seas fleet acting, Bismarck's quick thinking, and the ever-important outlier, my child. Us apparently. Time to check on our prey. We meet again. What are you going to do? Nothing much. Just want to see what happens if I activate one of your backup vessels. That's it? That's your plan? Should have figured. You Ashes have absolutely no idea what you're doing. Do yourselves a favor and give up already. We have you by the neck, yet you still act like you have the upper hand. You
can't do anything without Zero's express permission. That's what you're thinking. What if I told you I have an emergency identification code from the creator? Oh! What? No, you're lying. No such thing exists. Oh, but Ansel showed it to me once. It so happens I remember it. Uh-oh. You can't threaten me, Code G. Zero will know the instant you use that. Besides, what good is an Arbiter vessel to you? It'll connect to the network and automatically synchronize its data. All you'll do is create one more thing that wants you dead. We'll see if that's true, once we've made a few changes to your mainframe. What? What are you going to do to it? Stop it with your fake human reactions. You're calculated that this would happen long ago. Thinking about blowing yourself up? Not gonna work. This space was made specifically to contain you. You know you've lost connection to your mainframe. Don't kid yourself. Where did you get the technology to sever me from it? In a distant place long ago, Antiochs. When Ansel requested help with testing your kind. Wait, Ansel? I thought it was the other way around. Wasn't it Oust? Alright. I don't know. You've sat on this trump card for ages, yet you never used it before? You're bluffing. I never cared about your equipment. But that was then. I've changed my mind. It's sinking in now, isn't it? You've lost. Once I find where your mainframe is, you're going to... The very atmosphere seemed to vibrate violently. What was that? Enterprise, there's some huge thing coming right towards us. What? Alright, here we go. We're gonna need this.
Start up backup protocol.
Execute transport protocol. Oh, he's getting people out. Something happened here. Interesting. Ansel did help and host develop the antics. Yeah, to a degree. I mean, they were kind of going hand in hand. Yeah, it's a translation error. Yeah, it was supposed to be Oust, right? Not Ansel?
出撃したからには気合を入れていこう。
邪魔だ。
黄金記名の白我が粛清を見定めて
Yeah. That's Oust's doing. Okay. So it's part of the testing. Yeah, that makes sense. So basically, what we saw in parallel superposition at the end there, the very last bit where when they were doing tests with the Devil Will. It sounds like they may be turning Arbiter, they may be turning the Hermit against the Sirens. That's what that sounded like. Which is actually kind of cool.
どけ。邪魔だ。今ので満足したかどうか聞く。
Wait a minute. So then the okay. That is true. That is true. That we don't know what the Arbiter did. Hornet, please. I can feel the monetization status just getting lower and lower and lower.
邪魔だ。
黄金記名の白我が粛清を見定めて
I don't know if that's gonna work out that way. We're curious. Yeah, the expo is still going on. Jeez. I don't know, Latias. That seems interesting. It doesn't like working for Zero. Yeah, that is true. She does not seem to be fond of Observer Zero. Dollar sign is a Warida. There's not much I could do about that either, which is what's suck about it. But well, actually, it could do visibility, and that would be really bad. I don't know. There's so much this is all. This all happening around the time of the expo is just a little bit of it's a cluster of events all in a very small period of time. Well, actually, I don't know how long the expo is supposed to be. Alpha killed Kumbala. Oh. Right. Latias, you might want to make sure you let this chat knows the difference between Alpha and... Just to make sure, because I usually just say Observer and Observer Zero. I don't say anything about Alpha.
Wouldn't be an Iron Blood event without.
I mean, not every Iron Blood event has had a lot of lore in it. Divergence had a... or Convert... I forget which one it did. I think it's Convergence. That one didn't have an absurd amount, but it had a good little bit. Alpha or Alpha? The Alpha, like, Observer. Observer Zero is is the other one. So at this point, there's a lot of potential leads that we're gonna have here. I'm wondering if we're gonna get closure on Marco Polo yet or not. But we'll have to see where this goes. I'm a little bit curious as to what Tower did. I've not done the side event. I don't know if I'm gonna have time because I'm actually kind of tired. All right, here we go. Somewhere in an unknown location, a young girl dressed in black stood in front of a control device, making changes of some sort. Then she heard footsteps from behind her. Someone entered the room. Oh! Wait, no, she actually is a humanoid. Oh, okay. She actually is humanoid. Okay, finally. It wasn't just this gigantic hulking mass. She's blue! She's blue! It was revealed on stream. I probably didn't see it at the time. Was this in the first 20 minutes? Because I don't remember it around the time I joined. Is she wearing the crown that Marco Polo is looking for? Probably not. It looks similar to somebody else's crown. Hold up.
Especially this little thing right here.
Nah.
That's part of our Arcana.
Yeah, probably. It looked very similar to someone else's, but then I looked at it more. I was like, nah, it's not. Man, she really does look like a robot. The joints and everything. This part of her foot.
Oh wait, no, that's... Okay, I see. This is more like an armor plating of some sort then. There's a book and a key or lantern, whatever that is. Devil, got a moment. Didn't catch you at a bad time, did I? Oh, it's you. Surprised to see you. Hey, she's green! The devil's green. I'm the one who's surprised. Where have you been? I couldn't trace you. What are you doing inside Hermit? Give me a break. Look, we have a lot in common, don't we? So tell me what. So tell you what, I'll give up peacefully, happily? Or happy? I'll let you off the hook this time, but you still have to repay me for breaking my lens. What? Oh, that's your fault for letting rats inside. What? They're chinchillas. Why do chinchillas always break electronic stuff? I have the 2 friends that have chinchillas. One of them one of them completely chewed through their PlayStation's power cord, and they weren't able to play on their PlayStation for like a week. The other one ate through an HDMI cable. My distorted laptop. Yeah, they are surprisingly destructive. And they specifically seem to hate electronics. I never understood that. Also, she has pets? Same difference. I've got important stuff to do, so let's just pretend we didn't see each other. Deal? That depends on your answer to this next question. Who's that behind you? Oh! Uh-oh. Who is that behind you? The spy from TF2. And we're left. I think we got 2 and we're done. So I'm gonna let this actually auto because I want to actually like talk about everything here instead of having to dodge everything. So, well, I guess now we have a huge thing, which is we know what the tower looks like now. 2, we can see that the devil seems to be affected by something, and it seems like it's causing her to do things that might not necessarily be to the benefit of the arbiters. Who that benefits, we don't know. It does seem like it's the possibility of the reverse of the Arcana, which is a thing that probably would need to be explained. But it also could be part of the nature of the corruption element. However, that was kind of explained. I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I'm trying to think what else we have here. The corruption element for or the entire concept of how the corruption stuff works. We expand upon a little bit here. And that even though they may not show signs of it, they'd be more susceptible of it if they've been exposed to it in the past. So in a way, U556's issue was that way. What's also nice is that we know that to a degree, it is reversible. We were able to see that it is somewhat reversible. Bismarck's rigging is also hyper-experimental, and it looks like it's able to do some things, but it's not without its own faults. So in a way, it's kind of like the Type 2 rigging,
it's a stopgap measure, but it can only do so much. Too much, I'm more than certain, too much corruption, exposure to corruption, and Gary is not going to be able to stop that. So there's a good chance that while that may be able to take care of corruption to a degree, it's probably not a perfectly, what is it? It's probably not capable of fully preventing it.
邪魔だ
So until they can develop that, that's a concern that they're going to have to deal with for the longest time.
向こうは
The introduction of Vestal is nice, but there's not a whole lot that really can come from it aside from the fact that we know that she's capable of reversing. What's also really cool that we got to see was that the concept of the corruption was also really, like, how the corruption works kind of was shown in that final scene with U556, where the wisdom cubes went from being wisdom cubes to origin cubes.
黄金
I'm pretty sure they were origin cubes.
線を定めてみせる
So that was really neat to see that. I mean, it makes sense because that's stuff that's been talked about throughout, I think, multiple events. I think actually Mirror Involution actually talks about that a little bit, though I don't know if it's exactly, you know, perfectly put together. But there is at least that. So I guess at this point, yeah, Vestal Meta's power does seem to come at some kind of a cost. She did get hurt.
任せて
罠にかかりやがれ
You get a special animation with red cubes. Really?
黄金記名の白我が粛清を見
So
定め
they've
て
actually put something in there for that, which means there probably is going to be more. I mean, this is the first, so that means there's easily going to be more. The concern I'm going to have with it is whether or not it's going to be, you know, people are going to be upset about that kind of stuff compared to like the Type 2 stuff. So I'm not sure how that's going to be. But, what else do we got? What else do we got?
アーダルベルロース
The Mirror Sea in itself wasn't anything new. I mean, it's a conceptual type Mirror Sea, so there's rules behind it.
鉄血の進軍が
What's interesting is that there's a mainframe there. Oh, right. Arbiters can have more than one mainframe, so there's that.
彼の射程内にのみ
And it makes
真理
sense because they don't want to have what happened to compiler happen to arbiters, because every single arbiter they lose at that point is a huge chunk of firepower that they lose. So it's probably good they have backups. However, it looks like there is a way to isolate it and do what happened in that second one. So let's see what this is about. Somewhere in the ocean. Okay. Sounds like eagle stuff? Or Sakura Empire, actually. Might be Sakura Empire. Anyway. The moonlight splashed across the ocean, only blemished by a solitary figure crossing beneath it. But suddenly, she slows her steps. You've entered Vitya Dominion territorial waters. State your name, affiliation, and purpose. Come on out already, Algeri. You noticed? Gone soft, my dear. I'm gonna test me. Nah, I'll pass for that today. I don't mind taking an L here or there. Wait, you're wounded. It's just a scratch. Let's head home and sleep it off. Actually, it was French. Yeah, I was very wrong. It's alright. I thought the theme was something that I've heard in the Eagles, but it's actually French. It's Angel of the Iris, yeah. That's why I was like, I knew I remembered it from somewhere. Anyway, once I head home, I'll sleep it off, and I'll be fine in no time. How's everything going at the tribunal? Not sure what to say. Feels like everyone's sneaking off doing their own thing. Yeah. So it's not too late for me to come back. Oh, and hear anything from Clemenza? Yes, but I'll only tell you after you come back to base. You'd best take care of those wounds after all. Okay, so the French are doing something. But when's that not a thing? Also, thanks for leaving the old facility the way it was, Vitya. You friggin' idiots. You're lucky Richelieu and Byrne were there. And the Royal Navy.
邪魔だ
黄金記名の白我が
So, what else do we have? What else do we have? I'm trying to think.
向こうは
I'm just trying to think off the top of my head everything. So it is reversible, but it probably is up to a point. And even then, it's not fully reversible. I'm going to assume that even if Vestal was able to remove most of the corruption, it's probably not permanently gone, and probably these are slightly older. Let's see. Concepts were expanded upon, but there's not really much I can say about that. The Mirror Sea in itself wasn't really unique aside from the rules about like the time, what it is called, the
今ので満足したかどうか聞かせ
Hourglass. That's the word. I think the biggest thing is going to be, like, I'm thinking about this now. Devil has, the discussion about things with the devil is going to be big.
任せて
Oh, no, yes, I saw the emotions. I could tell. She does, like, it doesn't surprise me that there's something going on with the devil. I'm pretty sure there's something pretty bad going there. Seems to work with Tower. Or vice versa, whichever one, really. Most enemies that seem to exude corruption. Yeah, we call them shades now. Yeah.
気合を入れていこう
邪魔だ
黄金記名の白虎我が粛清を見せまってみせる
邪魔だ
任せて
If you're on the outside.
向こうはま
Oh yeah, like there was the possibility that symptoms don't necessarily show. That is true. You may have the transformation show early and with barely an exposure, or they may be in late stage transformation and they've had no symptoms. So it could be a little unpredictable. That is true. That is something that definitely is something that would pop up. But that's kind of going more into the corrosion concept for
我
sure.
が粛清を見定めて
Yeah, this event actually, like, thinking about everything now, there is a lot. Like, it didn't seem like it because the story was kind of a little bit hard to follow because of the, like, all the, like, the hallucinations, like, why is everybody sleeping, what's going on. It took me a bit to finally get into it, but at least it actually is surprising how much there was to this, which is good because, well, it may not necessarily, like, it's like everything else, it may not give all the answers we're looking for, but at least it's giving us more answers, which is good.
守ってみせる
So,
黄金記名の白虎我が粛清を見定めて向こうはま
I don't know, the scene with the ashes and Friedrich's team. There's a lot possible there. It seems like Enterprise has something there. I'm surprised though that they don't, you know, I would imagine it's going to be some kind of a one-way thing. Like as soon as they use that code, it's going to be, it'll be gone. Like Zero is going to somehow prevent that from being used again. So
私から逃れられるのね
something's going on there, but something really big coming at them. I don't know if that was Tower or if that was something else. That was very kind of foreboding
敵
there.
にふさわしい場
Also,
所
here's the last scene, so let's see what this is about. Are you coming? A woman's voice echoed across the chamber of a cathedral. Oh, is this her? There she is! Listen, everyone has gathered at the same place. There are those from Sardinia who would pick up stone and mortar, some who would become lost. There are those from the Royal Navy who would erect a white castle, and those from the Ironblood who would build a tower to reach the heavens. Oh, all-inspiring Avalon, magnificent Midgard. This is why they gather, to spread their own glory. O Heavenly Father, will you not cast your judgment upon these sinners? Gladius, I'm beginning to really believe the High Priestess thing. I'm really beginning to believe that.
This is getting very concerning. Shortly afterwards. Have you done yet? Yes, of course. So what did you see? A flickering candle, an upside-down tower, and stars without a reflection. Well, that makes no freaking sense. Is that supposed to be some kind of prophecy? Let me tell you what I saw instead. Splendorous victory. I don't like that.
This is gonna be hard to explain. Ladius, you're gonna do a much better job at this than I would.
So, the theory that Latius has is that siren that we just saw there is High Priestess. And part of this has to go back into the concept of religion. Listen, I have 200 characters in the chat. You have 2,000 on Discord. I don't mind being your megaphone here. Or actually, I don't even know if you have Nitro. You may have more with Nitro. I don't actually remember how much Nitro gives you. What is this icon that I see on Discord? I don't know if you want to. We could probably save that theory for. I think we could talk about that theory this video, or on the what we learned video for this one.
That'll definitely be good for the final bit here.
So we're but basically it comes down to the concept of religion from Revelations of Dust. And it may be how High Priestess as a Arcana tarot card plays. It's very, very, very difficult to explain. I'd have to pull up everything from I'm probably gonna need to actually. I'm like I said. I think I'm probably gonna have to do this as a video because right now I don't. This is mostly his theory, not mine. So I don't want to like. I don't want to butcher it. And then he gets mad at me because I messed it up. But I guess the like super high level stuff. Think about the concept of religion, of the praying and everything, and now High Priestess is one of the possible cards, or Hierophant. Sorry, is it Hierophant? Yeah, I think it's Hierophant. Not High Priestess. I probably already butchered that there. So it's kind of really. I don't know if you want to give like a super high level just thing about this, and we could talk about this offline and then prep it for a video. That's fine. I don't mind doing that because I definitely can see it playing out there with what you were telling me. I need to pull that up. Hang on. Give me a second. Give me a second, guys, for this on the lore bit. I'm gonna have to go find. Do you want to talk about the prayer stuff too, or do we want to save that? Because I don't know if I want to talk about all this stuff and try and confuse people if I don't fully understand it myself. But yeah, I was gonna say I just Ladia's. I was just about to pull that image up. Okay. So let me pull this up so that way chat can see it. So this is the best I can probably do for you guys here. So let me pop this sucker up. Okay. So let me read off what you said here. According to A.E. Waite's 1910 book, Pictorial Key to the Tarot, the High Priestess card is associated with secrets, mystery, the future as yet unrevealed. She has a lunar crescent at her feet, a horned diadem on her head, with a globe in the middle place. The motif that hangs behind the High Priestess' throne, veiling whatever mystery she guards, is suggested in the pattern of the Empress's gown. Empress's gown is... I'll grab that picture. Oh, if I can... That's really tiny. Don't know if this is going to be good enough. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. An upper piece up here. This is up taller, but I don't think there's anything else there. But there is that arcing pattern there. And this does kind of curve upward like this does too. So that actually does make sense. So this is more than likely High Priestess. Horn diadem, the globe are more on her scepter. Yeah, I was gonna say I can kind of... Well, I mean, this is kind of... Middle place could also be literal, because this is kind of in the dead center of her. So, but yeah. Let's see. So this very much is... this could very much be High Priestess. At least it seems very likely that it is. The High Priestess signifies spiritual enlightenment, inner illumination, and divine knowledge and wisdom. I remember you mentioning that. Yeah. So this is very likely that... And didn't you also say something about religion too? Like she can also be seen as a higher figure. Like no, that's Hierophant. Sorry, that might be Hierophant. I think you're talking about actually. We're gonna have to go through. Like I said, this is not something that I was prepared to talk about because I know, but I at least know it's something that I've at least had some discussion with because. I don't know, Ladius and I do talk about a good number of things. He's kind of the guy that I rely on for seeing stuff, so. Just making sure all of our discrepancies are correct. Kaiserin, thanks for the sub.
You can see snail on that nose. The reason I know it is because this is my mom.
Oh, wait, no.
Because the only reason I know this is because my mom has one somewhere in her house. Oh, okay.
I would not know. What reminds me is that Sardini will be betrayed by Marco Madness.
Marco Madness.
That sounds like a condition. She's got the Marco Madness, guys. She's got the Marco Madness. Quick, bonk her. Oh my goodness. But no, yeah, this might be something I'm probably going to need to cover as its own thing, because this might be good to kind of briefly talk about. Marco Madness syndrome. I diagnosed you with Marco Polo syndrome. Oh no. But no, this is probably going to be one of those things that we're going to need to, I'm going to need to probably spend some time and kind of make sure we have everything we need for this. because I think this would actually be a good thing to talk about, because this character has been in so many events as kind of this sidelined character.
Gao.
Kragon, thanks for the sub. Oh, you got one of the rare supplements. Nice. She just needs to SKK character, probably. I don't know if Vestal can hear it. So that's Snoop when it comes to dreams. Yeah, and we've seen the dream thing, because that was something that was visible in parallel superimposition. We saw that with that. So, yeah, like I said, this is going to be something I'm going to have to probably put into a video format, so it makes a lot more sense. But it's extremely likely this is High Priestess, if not guaranteed. That owl scared me. Yeah, it can happen. Red motif is interesting. I do want to make sure people know I have tweaked this image pretty hard. So what is red probably is not that bright. It might be a more tame red than it actually looks in here. So I did have to like amplify this so we could actually see it better, because they've been very good at kind of being a little dodgy about revealing this character in full. But this character has been in multiple cutscenes at this point, and hopefully we see something come of this. But I want to believe part of this might be about to be what's happening because of everything with Marco Polo and with all the blackouts or whatever this thing is that's going on right now. So, yeah, this is going to have to be one of those things we're going to have to like put together and make sure that it's good to go. But there is a lot to talk about for what we learned in this event. I'm glad to put it all together and make sure that we are good to go in that sense. So I don't know how quick I can get to that one, considering I've got I know Blue Archive has also got stuff that they want to what they've got, so I gotta do that too. But there is quite a bit of stuff there, and it's gonna be a bit. So I'm gonna quickly look at the Russian event though, just to, or the what's it called, Frostfall, and see if there's anything of major value. If not, I'll probably just make a video on this one and then mention at the beginning saying Frostfall didn't really have anything. For it being as small of an event as it was, there may not be much. It might be a small, like, if there is, it's probably a super small video otherwise. So we'll have to see. I'll have to at least see what's there. Don't forget side event. Yeah, it's getting pretty late for me actually. Well, no, I think we can keep going. Actually, it's not necessarily as late as I thought it was. And it was been going for so long. I know that YouTube doesn't like me streaming for super long, because eventually it's going to be like, you need to stop. I've almost streamed for about a quarter of a day, so there is that. So hopefully this is pseudo quick. We could probably do this. Also, hello you. You just pulled Kubishev and left. Kubishev? Wait, was she in that one? Now we can do it. I think I could probably squeeze it out. It's not super long, is it? Like, it's not gonna be like a super long event. I gotta go claim all my stuff. Whoop! Too far. No. It's weird hearing this song sometimes. Alright, who do I have right now? Isuzu, Noshiro, Daido, Kumano, and Sandy. Hang on. Do SP. No, I don't. Let's do the island. As long as the island isn't, it's a bunch of short reading things. Okay. Uncharted Summer, stranded, and that's okay. before our eyes, the tranquil seas turn tempestuous, and a storm whips up. There's a lot of them, though. How much is a lot of them? Should I just do this as its own video? Do you think that might be better?
Oh wait, no, it's this song.
Never mind. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. 34 cut. Oh yeah, let's do it a video then. Let's not. Let's do this as its own thing. Never mind. I sent people on an expedition. Okay.
Is this the expedition squad? What? Look how happy she is. This music, though. I feel like I'm about to get claimed for it.
Run away. I think I might have actually accidentally activated that a while ago. Let me actually see.
That's probably under permanent. Oh, that's not. That's something else. Uncharted Summer.
Oh yeah, so that's what that was. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys laugh. Have a good laugh here. So there was a cutscene here that triggered immediately logging in, but I logged in at the worst possible time. So as soon as I logged in, this cutscene triggered. And at the same time, I got a message saying that your game is out of date. You need to update to the latest version. That hard locked the game. Or no, that was a soft lock. Sorry, I should probably just say it's a soft lock. It soft locked it. I couldn't click to say okay and close the app. I couldn't continue the dialogue. It literally just broke the entire game. So I had to completely coast out Azur Lane because of that. So that was pretty funny. So yeah, I completely forgot this was the first cutscene. So yeah, I'm gonna probably, if it's this many, then yeah, I might want to, I may want to go through all of this as a whole and do this on my own. So to be fair, it was out of date. Yeah, it was out of date. So there is that. So I'm gonna pet Dido again. Anyway. There's some stuff I am going to do over the weekend. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to Blue Archive until next week. I'm also going to try to get videos going again because this week was just Arknight stuff, then Azur Lane, of course. Granted, Blue Archive also dropped something, so I'm all over the place on events right now. It's crazy how we had like this really long period of really slow and low activity, and then all of a sudden, everybody at once. Oh, you weren't ready for them. Some of are spicy. What do you mean spicy? Should I be worried? When to get Vestal meta? I don't... I want to believe she's Battle Pass. And I think it's Algeri Meta is going to be the combat character. I am simply not ready. I have no idea what you mean by that. We will see. But I will make that into a video. I will see if I can get that out as soon as possible. Monday is a holiday, so I might not be able to do anything. I will see what I can do. But can you calm down? You have hearts around you for a reason, Dido. You don't have to worry about your own insecurities. You have hearts around you. There's a reason why you have hearts around you. What was I saying, though? Yeah, I'll see what I could do for content at the start of the next week, because it's going to be a little bit crazy with a holiday kicking up on Monday. So, we'll see what I can do. I know I will plan to stream Blue Archive. I might do a little bit more Arknights because roguelike's fun and I want to play it more. I'm already like level 40, I think, or something. I've beaten it like 3 or 4 times already. I've not done second and third ending yet, but I at least have done and won it 4 times or so. So it is definitely, it's been fun. And I got a whole bunch of characters I need to try out, which is going to be crazy. But we shall see. I have 32,000 coin. Excuse me?
他の子はご主人様に捨てられていませんよね。もしかして今そうなっていないだけ。
Making your demonetization go down. Yeah, that was so. Oh. 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 I'll see. I can get away with more on a video than I can on a live stream. Because on a video, I already know what's going to be on there. And I can actually set the, I can set the, what I would believe to be the, limits, I guess, so to speak. Whereas on a live stream, I have to set it early, and if I'm wrong, there's not much I can do about it. And it actually hurts me a little bit. So on a video, it'll be fine. Build, 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 build. Why would I build?
ご主人様宛てのメールです。
30,000 a week. Ladias, I did 80 pulls. I don't have that much money anymore. Also, research eats up my money like crazy. Like... ah! There's 8,000. Gone right there. Oh, boy. At least I got Chkolov. I'll take that. Okay. I know Nelson's retrofit exists. It's just probably gonna be semi-expensive. Let me see. Royal Navy, battleship. She should be an elite.
これで
Oh,
も
I'm
指
not
揮官
even
の
gonna
つもり
level up to that level.
払わせるわね。いい？指揮官っていうのは
Let's see.
分かった？じゃあちゃんと頑張りなさいな。
Battleship. What? Oh, it upgrades the skill and then. Okay. Well, I probably should be able to do this because I've been sitting on blueprints like crazy. You can clearly see that because I have 413 blueprints. Blueprints. Blech. And then the purples are 22, really? Oh, right, because I haven't been really using the... I haven't had a battleship to retrofit in a while. Oh, well... Why are the purples so low? $400 isn't that much. When you don't do hard mode at all anymore, or at least for you do it for the core and you don't really pay attention to which one you do it on, yeah. I think I just do, what is it? Whatever the high, I don't remember what it was. I do always do the 4th one, which I think that's carrier? Yeah, I don't bother going for battleships. So like whatever I have is whatever I've had plus whatever the game gives me. So I don't farm for battleship retrofit blueprints. So yeah, like considering I have this much and I haven't done anything for it, that's a lot. Like I just do 10-4 or whatever it was back then. I don't usually care to go further on them. And I get to level 85 for this. And that's modernization and then close engagement. Okay. Yep. You get her to level 85, which that won't be hard
こ
to
れで
do.
も指揮官のつもり？
Oh,
払わせるわね。いい？
Actually, she
指揮
probably
官
needs
って
to be
いうのは
90.
分かった？じゃあちゃんと頑張りなさいな。
I vaguely remember something about being a higher level. Boom, bang, bang, bow. Done.
ほら、いつまで寝てるの？改造はもう完了したわよ。
She still looks angry.
あんたのおかげでまた私との差が広がったようだけど、 これからもせいぜい精進することいいわね。
Like, I literally do not focus on this at all. Oh, so it is 85. I don't remember. It's been so long since I've had to... It's been so long since I've had to do retrofits. Like, in case you guys are wondering. What do you mean? I haven't had to do retrofits in forever. So I don't farm for them, or if I do, it's just because I'm putting it on carrier and I forget. Like, you kind of get tired of farming for these. Because it's just like, I don't need them anymore. Oh, wait. Wait, what? Eh? Excuse me? Azulane, are you okay? Okay. That bug. I think that bugged out. I think it bugged. I think it bugged. I think the game not only forgot she was retrofitted, but also owed. What ships am I missing? Actually, who am I missing? I'm missing 5. That doesn't seem right. Oh, U556, so I don't got. I haven't fired away on Queen Elizabeth yet. I just gotta push the button, so that one's technically already done. Vestal, I don't think is available yet, so that's 64. I haven't built her, that's 65. Wait, who am I missing? Oh. Jade. The points girl. In New Orleans. Okay. The goodest girl. She's what? Just 10,000? Yeah, that's not gonna be hard to do. Okay. Yeah, it's not that. I'm close. It's fine. Okay. New Orleans, because I haven't even touched 14 yet, because I've been too busy either dying at work or working on videos. This is my life. But, yeah. So, happy title. Get 100% proud of this update. That's normal. Am I going to do a TLDR on what happened? I missed the stream. Kaicho, yeah, eventually I will. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to have to unpack and organize into an actual video. So it's going to be quite a bit to go through. Especially if there's any major discrepancies or anything, or, you know, E and JPCN disagree on stuff, which that is bound to always happen. So I wouldn't expect it very soon. It might be towards the end of the event, because that's generally how much time I may end up needing for it. Combining everything. So I will see what I can do for that. But yeah, I'll get videos where I can for everything, and I'll see what I can do. But for now, 14 is fun. It is, okay. I haven't done it yet. I know if you've got a good number of destroyers, you're probably gonna be somewhat okay, because I know it's based on like there's that, like, what is it, detection mechanic, which I think is the main focus, and also everything hits like a truck, but that's a different story. By all means, why do I feel like that's New Jersey? Latius. Forting is, did you level up all the meta characters? Check. I mean, I don't think it's gonna be that concerning. There's very little that disagrees, except for the last couple of cutscenes. That's fine. Oh, there's one scene with nerd. That is not it. Okay. I don't know who said that. I'm assuming it's one of the characters with skins.
because it's usually tied. Like this is an event usually tied with the skins, and I as much as I'm I'm not gonna pull it up to see the poll of characters. So there's that. Buy New Jersey skin. No, I'm not gonna buy that. That's way too fan servicey. I could feel the monetization go bye bye. But yeah, I will see what I can do about Seabreeze Island. If I need to worry about monetization, I might just, you know, figure out what, might have to do something about it. But we'll see. Unuji skin, blasphemy. No, I don't. You guys know I'm not huge on fan service skins. Like, I don't mind if they've got a little bit of it. Granted, sometimes the character's design you can't do much about, right, Dido? With the little, I don't understand this. What is this for? what functionality does that serve? What legitimate functionality? And don't say anything that I would need to bonk you for. Leopold. Air circulation. Is that really? I don't understand why that's so weird. Ask Amy. No, she doesn't even Amy is not even where we go with that. If there wasn't somebody watching her all the time, she probably wouldn't even have anything on. I don't know. If that one is fan servicing, what even is Taiho then? Yabe. All caps. 180 point font. And to make it extra yabe, Comic Sans. If that doesn't give you a good enough, why Comic Sans? Because Comic Sans is yabe. And then we have Little Gremlin, also known as Taiho-chan. I only heard ask Amy, and I was like, wait, what? No, not that Amy. Not that Amy. Okay. Anyway, I'll get some stuff worked on, but I'm gonna have to plan things out for this. So, that is gonna be all for tonight then, because I think that's about as much as I can think of, and I'm also kind of a little bit fatigued because I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm not usually someone that handles super long streams, but that is kind of what it is. There, like I said, definitely there'll be a video for this. I don't know if Frostfall is going to come first. If it does, I'm gonna see if I can get that out sometime next week, maybe. And then if not, then I will be working on a Confluence of Nothingness and getting a What We Learned video out for that. And I'll probably be Latias, you and I are probably gonna be a little bit busy there, especially with your High Priestess thing. But as for that, though, that's gonna be all. I will have a video for Seabreeze Island, and I'm gonna try for Blue Archive sometime next week. I'll see what I can do. So, even though I late, that happens. So this event was a lot. It absolutely was. Oh yeah, there are Justograms. I usually don't do those much on stream. I usually just read them, and sometimes I may post them to Twitter or something, and be like, you know, a Lamau, something. The Shokaku rubs off on me. A Lamau. So, UR events tend to be major lower dumps. Sometimes. I don't think they've all been, but there's been some pretty good dumps in all of them. So, anyway, that's gonna be all for tonight. Hope you guys did enjoy. I will see you guys all again in the near future for, well, something. I don't have anything planned, so I don't actually have anything to say there. I'll see you guys in the next video live stream that I do. I'll put it that way. Let's just go that route. I'm tired. This is gonna be a scuffed ending. So, anyway,
Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed. See you guys all again in the near future. Laters.